The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Thompson Speedway 12-hour Enduro. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. Yes, indeed. Good morning, everyone. And the teams are getting ready. About 45 cars have joined us here at Thompson Speedway for the 12-hour Enduro. That's right. They're going to be racing into the night, 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. on this relatively small 1.7-mile, 11-turn road circuit. It's a pretty cool looking racetrack. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun as cars are lining up on the grid for an 8 a.m. start Eastern Standard Time. Welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, who's at the track, and we're going to be calling the race for you for these 12 hours of racing. And it's pretty interesting looking at what's happened in the past. If you're looking at the year, this was from the 2020 finishing, BBY Racing spanked the field with a 9-lap advantage over everyone, taking the win over Z-Tech and Mostly Motorsports. But take a look at that best lap time, that 1:23.5. I want you to look at that, and I want you to also look at that total time between second and third place between Z-Tech and Mostly Motorsports with that RX-7. This is last year. Look at that, about a 6-second difference between second and third place. And the reason I want you to look at that is because this year BBY is not here with their Porsche Boxster. Now, Mostly
Everybody's
Motorsports.
excited about that then.
Well, Mostly Motorsports and Z-Tech are here this weekend, and we can see what happened back in 2019 when Visceral Racing Group took the win. Mostly Motorsports there again in that RX-7. Visceral Racing Group is here this year again with a different car, though. The 918 car not here this weekend. It's their 959 car. And look at that lap time. A 123.453 to last year's Porsche Boxster, a 123.5. I don't know. Visceral's here with their Porsche, and there's also a Boxster in the field from Rosemar Motorsports. Rosemar's brought 4 cars here this weekend.
Wow.
They're here to win this race, so
it could be something else.
So we'll see what happens. What's on tap for this weekend's race? But it looks like it's going to be a big fight up at the front of the field. These guys know how to win races. They know how to finish these huge enduro races. And Rosemar, however it's pronounced, they know how to bring cars to the track. So we'll see. And Misco Motorsports, one of their Miatas has actually been claimed by the Rosemar team. So that's how they have 4 cars here this weekend. It's pretty impressive. And the other thing I'm noticing is all of these cars we put cameras in, they're absolutely pristine on the inside. I mean, they're gorgeous-looking race cars. So
the midlife crisis car you just saw was just absolutely beautiful.
These guys have really put a lot of work into these cars, and they look really, really good. Got some cool shirts out there. It rained like crazy yesterday out here at the track, and that's the rain that we sent them here from Fort Wayne, Indiana. And let me tell you, it hammered us with rain 2 days ago. And even yesterday, we got another wave of rain that came through. So I don't know what Connecticut is in store for this weekend, but we're about to find out.
Holly, you just sent it there yesterday. You're just like, y'all, he needs to move on out that way.
Yeah. Anything that we get, they get. That's the way it works, unfortunately. So, yep. Boston Winers here. Here we got Visceral Racing Group and their Porsche 9.5. Well, it's a 944 RSR. So this should be a pretty exciting race. And
That car is going to be tough to beat, I think.
yeah, they finally got that win last year, which he actually hadn't won any races outside of his home track until then. So that was a big deal for Ron and the crew. And sporting that two-car team this year, they've actually been doing pretty well with it.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Just a lot of background noise.
Their 918 car had some engine issues. He showed me some pictures of a big vent hole through the bottom of the block.
Yeah.
And or actually the oil pan. And so he's got another engine at home. He thinks what he's going to do is put the 3-liter in it, and because I think it's a 2.8. It's a smaller engine now, 2.5 or 2.8 in the car. So he's going to upgrade it to the 3-liter like the 959 has. Remove the wing and do a couple of things, but he's going to end up with a lap. No, he's going to keep the wing and end up with a lap on the car to start a race, but he thinks he can do it. And the guys his teammates are all for it because they really like that car. And they think it's going to be a pretty quick car.
Cool.
So cars are lining up behind the pace car right now. Jackie Sides driving the what kind of car is that for the pace car?
It's a Camaro.
Camaro? So yeah, she's got the Trax Camaro.
Bill, are you using a headset?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why?
It sounds like
Everybody.
it. Okay.
Yeah, it's headphones like thing. I'll mute it so you don't hear everybody. But yeah, it's a really nice, cool morning too. The wind is blowing pretty well, and it's not as humid as it was yesterday. Yesterday was really bad. It was like heat indexes of about 140 degrees outside. That's how hot it was.
How hot was it?
The humidity was, the humidity was really high, and being from the south, it was pretty bad. So cars are leaving pit lane. We still have some cars behind the wall, which is kind of funny. Something we don't normally have at our races, but we do have a lot of folks that run another series up here, and I think they tend to start their race from behind them. Not exactly from pit lane.
It's early.
Yeah. We had a couple of dropouts. The SVO Mustang from Crazy Horse Racing, their SVO Mustang was producing 25 pounds of boost from a wastegate that wasn't working properly. They were up till 1 a.m. trying to fix it. They weren't able to get it fixed, so they've had to withdraw. Something about that Ford 2.3 won't handle 25 pounds of boost for very long. So, yeah, we'll see them at another race.
Well, look, Fat. Don't blink, folks. I'm expecting to see Visceral and the Porsche Boxster rocket up to the front of this field. They should have some pretty impressive lap times. If they can get down into that sub 125 per lap, we're going to see them up at the front here pretty quickly.
Now, this is their newest build, right? The one they just introduced this year.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice car. It's pretty straight. It's
So is that Trixie, or is that the other one?
I don't know what they call them. I think Trixie was the 918.
The old one?
Yeah.
Here's a look at what I think is turn 5.
Yeah, this 5 is coming under the bridge, and right where the cars exit the screen is 6. I love this shot. It's such a cool place to sit and watch the cars.
Bill, your camera looks like it's in the strike zone again, man.
Well, I have a couple of cameras like that. The next camera is in the strike zone as well.
Well, it does. I guess so, huh?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
You got to turn.
But
left.
if you wanted to look at barriers all day, then I could have put them behind them. But
joy!
Hey, I said let's get a pair and put them out there. So we did.
They look great.
We had some great shots at that strike zone at where is that?
VIR. You had the
VIR,
oak tree. That was awesome.
Oh, that was great, yeah. Hey, Polly, I just sent you a feed for Visceral.
Oh, I've already got that. Thank you.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah. But thank you for the diligence there, Tiffany.
Always trying to help.
I know it. I'm very
Hey, Paul, I
trying.
sent you a link to this one.
Did you?
Everybody.
You guys are so helpful.
I thought we were trying.
I'm very trying. So thanks for joining us, everyone, on ChampCar.Live. Roughly 45 cars. Does that sound right, Bill? For the race this weekend. So
Yes, it does.
pretty cool.
I be quiet so that.
Look how pretty all these cars
all the
are.
cars as they come across the start-finish line.
We know who started out, Bill? Who got
The Corvette is on the pole.
the Corvette? Okay. Cool.
And that's because I only know that because we have a camera. Bill put a camera in the car, and the pace car's ahead of it.
So that's.
I did some quick math, some deduction, some subtraction.
Nice, nice.
And I came up with they're on the point.
And this is the midlife crisis car. I love the name.
Yeah, it says I think MLC on the entry list, but fortunately Bill knew what that was when he sent that to me. He said it's midlife crisis. So
yeah, a lot of teams name their team a certain thing, and then they realize it's a lot of words to say over and over, and so they start decreasing it to just letters.
I kind of think it's because they have some younger guys on the team now. They weren't midlife; they were more in their late 20s, early 30s. So.
Well, there was a Corvette at 2 weeks ago, about the same year at Gingerman Raceway. They had some valve train issues with it on the second day. The first day, I think they had some fuel ratio issues. So a car, it rockets up to the front, takes the lead, and then they run into some mechanical issues. So this is going to be probably, if this is anything like that car, it's going to be very, very fast. So just wait and see. Awesome. Now you can see lights have gone out. And this is a pretty small racetrack, 1.7 miles, so lap times will be about 12 seconds. And it won't take long before the pace car pulls off, and we'll go green. All the corners will pull their standing yellow flags in, and they'll get a green waving flag from the starter stand.
And it's a pretty busy track, too. It's not one of those where you have a lot of time to rest. You're really working the whole time.
I mean, you only have one straightaway. That's it.
That's right.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you got a lot of time.
Transitions. All right, pace car's coming down the front straightaway.
Looks like they're going to do another lap.
Right now. And, green flag.
Coming in a minute.
There's that green flag. The Corvette's already in the lead, so it's going to be a good position for them.
On the brakes, pretty good, yeah.
As we start the race here at Thompson Motor Speedway, 12 hours of endurance racing in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. On board with the leader. Let's see how this driver handles the lead of this race with about 45 cars behind him, pining for the lead. It's a pretty sweet looking paint job he's got on the helmet there. Nicely done.
It is nice. Looks like a custom paint job there.
Yeah.
Or wrap. They wrap helmets, right?
They have trouble wrapping them because of
that would be difficult.
Yeah, I've talked to RVA. They said, not really.
Okay.
It doesn't look like, I'm not seeing a lot of shifting here, which is probably good. Just a lot of braking and throttle here to get around this racetrack.
Throwing the weight back and forth.
And you notice they're not using a lot of revs, and that's the same thing that Subliminal does with their Corvette. Not a lot of revs, 4,500 RPM. That's about
automatic. Oh, maybe not.
There's a gear shifter right there. It looks like.
No, yeah, okay, yeah, it's shifting. Somebody had said there was an automatic Corvette here this weekend, but maybe because they don't have to shift it.
Lies.
Like twice.
Victor Motorsports has a Corvette. If they need it.
That might be it.
I think that's the only other Corvette here, I believe.
Morning, Clive. Morning, Marky. going on board with the Boston Whiners here.
Good morning, everyone over on YouTube.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, everybody. Give us a like there if you don't mind. Let us know what you're working on in the garage today if you're not with us at the racetrack. On board with the Boston Whiners team and their 318 IS.
Oh, so I did a little recon mission and got a little info. So this is the new build, right? For not this car, but the Visceral car, and that one's Heather. I was right. We were right. Trixie's the older car, but Ron's wife tells me that Trixie is in timeout.
I heard that it was broke or something, so I don't know. And I'm not seeing anything over on Race Hero, folks, as far as a feed. So just to let you all know what I'm seeing and not seeing right now. But it is something that I'm looking at is our standings here. Car stopped at 11B, I'm told, which I think we have a camera over there. I don't see it in the camera view. Oh, there it is. We see it off to the right.
Oh, yeah.
A car turned around up against the fence there on driver's right, just outside of our track camera view. On board with Visceral, C-E-R-A-L. Got a little misspelling there. I talked to our producer about that. Oh, wait a minute, that's me.
I'm like, you go ahead. I don't correct the boss.
C-E-R. There we go.
Plus, it's too early in the morning for spelling.
There's the Porsche Boxster up ahead.
It's a good-looking car.
Visceral on that charge. I got a feeling the Visceral's looking a little bit faster here in the beginning. And if they have anybody behind the wheel of the Porsche that doesn't have a lot of experience with this track or that car, they're going to get eaten alive by the Porsche, by the Boxster. I mean, by the Visceral Racing Group Porsche, because
the 944,
these guys,
they know this track and they're fast.
They're very fast. They won last year. You know they want to repeat.
Absolutely.
Got cars 817 and 664 in the pits. Toyota Corolla, number 817 in the pits right now. That's +1 racing. Here comes the pass on the BMW. If he's got the legs, I think he got a little bit of a misshift there. Had a little trouble getting it into gear, and that lost some momentum. Nevertheless, presents himself really nice. Would love to get down the inside. Oh, little lock up there. Realizes the door is closing, and I don't want my nose down there. Didn't want to get his beak clipped this early on in the race. So now on the haunches of the Boxster is Visceral Racing Group, looking to move up, and this would be a really good pass for them. Lines up with the Corvette. Oh, a little lockup, a little too much. Manages to keep to the inside, loses a ton of momentum. Don't be surprised if he gets passed back here. Maybe a little too anxious, but the opportunity was right there. There's a standing yellow.
We must have something else going on through here. Let's see a car.
Into the banking here. It's a pretty interesting facility. You know, they have an oval track here. They have a couple of different configurations that they use. This looks like they're up on the banking of the oval section.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they do a lot of modified racing here, so it's a pretty cool racetrack.
We're in Connecticut, right?
Yes.
Okay. Looks gorgeous. We'll have to get up there and check that out sometime.
It's a fun little place. I wish we could spend more time up here, like do a double or something. We actually stay in Massachusetts, which is right down the road. And it's a pretty cool place. We go to this place itself that does breakfast, and they do these pancakes that are like an inch thick and very humongous. Oh, the 817, he's smoking as he comes down the front straightaway. It's like when shifted.
That's the +1 Racing Corolla that was just in the.
They were just in the pits.
Just in the paddock. Is that the car that got turned around just earlier, I think?
Oh. I don't think so. That looked like a Civic.
No, that was 770, I thought.
770? Okay. It was white.
Or, yeah, the 684, I believe we have a camera in that one. Did I put a camera? No, I did not put a camera in it. I put the camera in the E30. That S10 that races with us, he is not sounding good going down the front straightaway. It's a V6, and it sounds like a, I don't know, E3. Doesn't sound very good.
All right, folks.
Comes around that Boxster like it's no problem right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some timing and scoring up, but right now, not receiving any data from the track. Let's give it a few minutes.
We give it too many minutes. Visceral will be leading.
They may be leading. They passed the Corvette, and that was the lead car at the start of the race, so they may have already taken over the lead.
That's where I put my money.
They are
and
quick.
He's getting timing and scoring up here in a few minutes, so he'll have it up for you. He's a little busy right now.
Lots of tire smoke up ahead in front of Boston. This track is a little bit cold. Bill was saying the weather's fantastic out there, but lots of smoke from the car up ahead, fogging the racetrack.
Yeah, 817, something just let loose in that engine because they came down the front straightaway here and just huge plume of smoke coming out of the exhaust on that. So they're going to black flag him and bring him in.
Little trouble with the gear selection there. Boston Weiner's behind that smoke screen.
That's it. So you'll see it here.
That's a lot of white smoke. It's not smoking all the time, though.
Yeah.
Interesting. Or it's out of oil now.
You can see the smoke actually still hanging. Even Visceral can see the smoke on the front straightaway, and the car isn't even up there. That's like really fogging the track down right now with oil.
They won't have to worry about mosquitoes for a while. That joke might be reserved for the kids of the 80s.
So on board with what we perceive to be our leader, that data from the timing and scoring system beginning to flow to us right now. Fastest lap time so far, 126.0 by the lead car. You can still see big plumes of smoke up ahead as the track is working to get that team to pull their car off the track and see what the major malfunction is there.
Yeah, that makes me worry that they might be putting some kind of fluids down the course. So.
Oh, absolutely.
That's absolutely. Want them to come in and,
Yeah.
Handled.
Yeah, most likely not all of it's burning off on the exhaust. Right. So if there's anything being left on the track, it's going to be pretty dangerous for the guys that are out there right now.
Well, it's one thing you don't want to do. You don't want to come into a turn and, you just went through it just a minute and 20 seconds ago, and now it's covered in oil, which is hard to see on a black, top, the surface here sometimes, and just hit it and it's just like ice, and it kind of comes out of nowhere.
Just a couple minutes into the race and we're already getting the unicorn salutes out. So it's a little tight out there. Like Bill was saying, this is a tight racetrack. It's not very big, and you don't have acres and acres to pass. It's going to be tight. Those turns come up quick. You get a little bit of time to make a run and get alongside, and then you're turning.
Right. There's only the one straightaway. Otherwise, they're doing lots of turning. I don't know even how much of a break zone you have in some of these turns, because you're turning right and then you're immediately turning back left. So you probably don't need much breaks in some places.
Lots of too wide passing going on here at Thompson Motor Speedway. If you're just joining us, welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're racing at Thompson Speedway, a 12-hour Enduro. We're going to be racing into the evening hours. We're going to break our broadcast at noon and restart part 2. We have to do that for YouTube restriction purposes. So it's actually a 2-part broadcast this weekend.
Rules. Huh.
Yeah.
So we're seeing one of the cars looks like he has 2 transponders on it, so it's hitting twice.
That's an excellent idea.
What do you want to
think of that.
Double points. He's gonna. He's got 5th and 6th. It's amazing.
Right.
Exactly, 5th and 6th place. Is he tied for 5th? He only had 1 trophy left. It's the 595.
The 595 is All Roads Racing. It's a 1984 BMW. It's an E30.
On board with Visceral Racing Group. We're still waiting on the Race Monitor to get around to telling us team names, so we'll display that when it comes up. But at Gingerman, we had the same problem. It takes a good 10-15 minutes or so, and eventually it cycles up.
They should both be up. Race Monitor and Race Hero.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see if I can get Race Hero. I couldn't even find the event in Race Monitor.
Me neither. I'm scrolling through it right
Hero.
now looking for the event, and I'm still not seeing it. Maybe I need to refresh it. I don't see our little logo out there.
Yeah, I don't see it in Race Hero, Bill, but I do see it in Race Monitor. We're just waiting for the team names to show up. It will come up eventually. It just takes a little while.
Yeah, eventually we all get there, right?
Yeah.
Or hopefully.
124, the fastest lap time held by the leader right now. They're on the same lap, the top 3 cars on the same lap, and we're suspecting that Visceral Racing Group is one of those top 3. In fact, suspecting they are the leader of this race. Again, Rosemar brought 4 entries this weekend. I was trying to think back how many teams have been able to bring 4 cars. I can only remember maybe Salins has done something like that.
That is a lot of prep and logistics to get 4 cars to a race, especially a long race like this.
Well, they have multiple captains.
153 is being black flagged for a substantial amount of fuel coming out of that car. We've been at this race for
Payne West
15 minutes, and he said, nope, that's just way too much fuel, so they're going to black flag him, and we just got hit with it. So.
Yeah, it's nice that he's bringing fuel for other people, but leaving it on the racetrack isn't going to help anybody.
Nah, they can't use it there.
That's the Payne West racing team that Bill was talking about, liberating some fuel from their gas tank onto the racetrack.
Trying to share with everyone.
Yeah, Dana just said that 153 also only has a 3rd brake light on the car and
It's got center and the right, but the left one's out.
Oh.
So I just want to let him know.
Yeah,
so
he's only got a center and right tail light.
So he's still good. But
Yeah, he's
It's
still got the
still
two.
good, but we'd rather chase it now, give him time to get it fixed before nighttime, just in case something does happen. So.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Try to
Yeah.
get it knocked out now, before.
Because our rule says you have to have 2 brake lights.
Yes, they do.
So if he's out, that's a good reason to put extra brake lights. And I like to put them like in the Honda, we have some hanging really high. So if you're really close to the car, you still see them, right?
Yep.
I've always liked
keep an
that.
eye on this 153 when he comes in and see if he's coming right behind you now. Just see where they go and see if you can spot what their problem was and if they actually fix it, please.
153 just reported a black flag, so they can go take a look at that fuel issue.
Yeah, that's the Payne West BMW. Okay.
on board with the Haywood Racing team. Nice enough to get a link from those fellas. Thanks for sending us the link, guys. Haywood typically campaigns 2 Miatas at these races. Today, just campaigning the 1. You know, it's good to know your limitations.
Yes.
You know, if the car's not, you can't get both cars ready, then that's just the way it is. And
all
Coco
plans
Bros.
do not come, together.
Ah, yes. The best laid plans of mice and men.
Does he have a fan in the car with him in case he gets a little warm?
It does look that way. I'm kind of curious. It's why it's facing up, away from the windshield. I'm not sure what the science is. It's very sciencey. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it looks like it would be blowing out. I was thinking, well, maybe they're having some heat in there. Some of the switches there, and but I mean that doesn't even. It's got to be to blow up.
We're finding out that 959 is the leader, and 769 is in second place.
Awesome.
769 is the Fast Hog Racing BMW, the 95 BMW.
Cool.
Fast Hog. That's a quick pig.
Bye. It's a great day for a motor race.
Yes, it is a great day for a motor race.
The 769 is actually an EC car, so he's not in there. So 897 is in second place.
897,
which is Warrior Racing, that 1990 Mazda Miata.
Huh. Warrior Racing finished 7th last year with a 2-car entry, 7th and 6th. The 897 was 6th. And they, that 6th place entry or finishing position, their fastest lap time was a 125.3. So they're not up there by mistake. That is a fast race car.
That's quick, yeah. Yeah, the 1990 is one of those really early Miatas, so they've definitely done something. Oh, no.
D4 293. And he lost it, went into the wall, and is now continuing.
Very good.
Did you get a car number? You say?
Yeah, 293.
293, okay, sorry.
Race monitor is up.
Showing
coming
SNL.
across.
Yeah. Showing SNL is actually the leader of the race.
They are an EC car.
Ah, okay. So we are visceral. Nice
So
catch there,
293
Bill.
is the Legacy Auto Sports Miata.
Ta-da! We have standings.
Yay! It's a beautiful thing.
So there we go.
Bye, Polly.
Brought to you by, some hacking and some race monitor love.
We do what we can.
Yeah,
Sometimes it works.
occasionally.
Keep your expectations low. It's always worked for me.
Viscera on the charge, but leading this race right now, and man, they are really hustling that car. I wonder if Ron's in the car right now. Fast Hog Racing is 2nd, Warrior Racing in 3rd, Boston Winers is 4th, Coco and Brothers is 5th. The Rosmar Racing Miata number 701 is behind them. Then one of their team cars, the 702, is in 7th. Misco Motorsports is in 8th in their Miata, but they're listed as the 770 car as another Rosmar car. All Roads Racing behind them in 9th, and Haywood Racing is in 10th. And there's Z-Tech back in 11th, poking their nose into that top 10. The usual suspects.
Z-Tech is a older Honda Accord.
Interesting.
Of course, I have one that's way older than that one, but
Yeah, it's 1988 Honda Civic hatchback.
yeah.
Rocking the hatch.
I've got the 87 Honda Accord as well. It's in my backyard.
Oh, you do?
Yes. Obnoxiously painted.
Really?
Oh, it's super obnoxious. I did that on purpose. I found the most brightest neon colors of caliper paint, and I painted the car that way so that, nobody would miss seeing me and hit me.
Gotcha.
Well, at least that was my logic.
They're don't hit me colors, huh?
Yes, yeah.
The field is pretty much spread out.
You guys need him somewhere?
Really?
Pretty much single file everywhere now.
Yeah, well, you can drop him wherever.
We can hear somebody behind you better than we can hear you, Bill. I don't know why, but it's really hard to hear you. Look at the hustle, Coco and Brothers, coming through this banking here. This looks like a lot of fun. This track is like rock and roll.
Mm-hmm. It does look like a lot of fun. I can see these Miatas being really dominant here too. So with such a tight course, to see how everything shakes out. It just handles so good out of the box,
Kind of surprised we're coming up on a half an hour here and no full course cautions. We've had about one local and a black flag, but...
You're jinxing them.
Well, that's what I do. I'm the broadcast guy. That's how I roll.
Keep it interesting.
Some people think I have that power, but I really don't.
No,
they don't listen.
We really don't, even though it might appear as such. Racers are very, what is the word?
Superstitious.
Yes, that is the word I was trying to come up with. Need another cup of coffee.
I was flipping through my thesaurus there, trying to come up with the word.
Thank you. Between the two of us, we might put a whole sentence together.
It might even be intelligible.
Fingers crossed. We can always try.
Boston Winers in 4th place right now, trying to hunt down Warrior Racing, who just set their fastest lap time of 1:25.2. Oh, man. The Warrior Racing team on the charge. Fast Hog with that 1:25.6 up ahead of them. They're all pretty closely matched. Visceral cranking out these 1:24s, though. It's beginning to gap the field. They're only about 0.3 of a second behind that EC car that's at the pointy end of the standings. Again, that SNL car not going to be scored with the rest of the cars at the end of this race. So technically Visceral Racing Group is leading, but I'm sure they'd like to see their name at the top of the leaderboard.
Right. The EC cars don't conform to our rules. They have too many points or other things. So they're scored separately as just EC cars. And the class cars, the A, B, C, and D cars are all eligible for the win.
So there's the EC car up ahead. You can see Visceral looking for a way by. That was a little Honda Civic there.
Yay!
He's really hustling this Porsche on this racetrack. They are flying.
I mean, they know how to do it, right? They've proven that they can come to this racetrack and win.
The car is working so good. Lots of traffic up ahead. Just hoping he gets a little bit of a bottleneck to check up that BMW and slip down the inside here. Going into the braking zone. Can't quite get it done that time. There's the Corvette as they put a lap on that car that led the race to the green flag this morning. Good morning, Tyler. Good morning, Mark. Clive. Everybody. Good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, morning.
Thanks for joining us. Might as well. This is it's going to be a pretty fun race to watch. Lots of action on this racetrack.
Yeah, being such a small course and only 1.7 miles and 11 turns, it's action-packed all the time, and then the laps just click off so quick. Makes for a very interesting race to watch, you know?
Absolutely. Car 600 here.
Something's always going on.
It can't be right. I'm showing car 600 in last place, not turning any laps yet, so I'm not sure what the story is there.
It's one of the Rosemar cars, but I thought we saw that car out.
Yeah, I mean,
we're in it right now.
We're in it right now, but the but Race Monitor's not showing that they've turned any laps yet. But so
is that possible their transponder's not working appropriately? Or maybe they have a different
they check all of
transponder.
that. I think they would have flagged them in because they check all that on that lead lap. So
true.
That, you know, so something could be the way that Race Monitor's looking at it. That's why we tell folks, you know, that these standings that you see are not official. And that stuff, sometimes there have been occasions when it's been very different from what we've been broadcasting. That happened at NCM. I think it was this year, or maybe it was, I think it was this year. It was way different from what reality was.
Yeah, this is just a third-party app that picks up what we're kind of sending out kind of thing. You know, and technology does what it's going to do sometimes. So it's great when it works, less great when it doesn't. I still don't see an entrance on Race Hero either. I know that Race Hero takes up a lot of data to send info over there, so sometimes they'll try it a couple of times, and if it doesn't work,
it loses interest in us.
Yeah.
Much like our listeners, which I can't say that I blame them.
I mean, you know. We can be very trying. Yeah, I don't see it over there. Oops.
Bissell Racing Group lost a little bit of ground to the BMW EC car that's scored at the front of the field. Looks like we got some traffic there. They don't really have any reason to work the car by them other than just to be ahead of them. To a degree, you know, it's kind of nice to have a front man, somebody that's up front kind of paving the way, saying faster cars coming through. Just reminds those drivers, hey, check the mirrors, you know, I've got some cars overtaking here.
Absolutely, and then you kind of tuck in with them, and once they make a hole, let them have the job of making the hole, and then you can kind of follow right on through with them.
Yeah, I mean, it does make it a little bit easier. A car being overtaken, when they give way to that faster car, they often, you know, if they see someone else behind them, they'll just give way to both at the same time.
At least they already have their attention. They know someone's, you know, overtaking them usually at that point.
There's a look at that front straight. We got a standing yellow, and it looks like an EV must be on the field. I saw on board Boston Weiners let off the gas there as the Corvette came by.
You guys hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. It's just a lot of background noise kind of overtaking you.
Yeah, sorry. I don't have a microphone right now. Yeah. We have a Miata off at turn 2. Drivers.
Turn 2. Several Miatas here today. No, I don't have the map with the turns numbered, actually.
You know, this is what the map looks like here. So it's just coming, it comes right after 1. It's crazy.
Okay.
But,
right after 1? Really?
This is what I do, Tiffany. Point out the obvious. This is what I do best.
Somebody's got to do it.
Captain Obvious is nothing on me.
Well, at least I know the orientation of the track, where turn 1 starts, and then I can figure it out.
Oh, man. Bottom of the hour here, folks. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone and its Visceral Racing Group, leading this race. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone at Thompson Speedway. 12 hours of endurance road racing here on the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Thompson. Welcome, everyone. I'm Paul Velton with Tiffany Alexander, one of our board members, joining us on the broadcast, and Bill Strong. We've got a car off in turn 2, was it? Driver's left. It's the Corvette that led the race. There they are.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We've got them on the picture-in-picture there for you.
I really like that car.
Now, this is that whole, it might be that whole longevity thing, you know. And Bill, I think you're trying to talk to us, but it's like really choppy.
Robotic.
For some reason. Although it is kind of cool. It's got the robotic thing going on.
Kind of Max Headroom-ish.
Heard from one of our members recently, folks, and I don't want to upset anybody, but who contracted COVID. He's in the hospital now. Just encouraging people to go out there and get their shots. A couple weeks ago, a good friend of mine lost her dad to COVID. Didn't want to get his shot, and sadly I got a phone call from one of my good friends. I've known them for 20 years. My good buddy Kevin passed away last night from COVID because he wouldn't get a shot. So please go out there and get vaccinated, folks. This is nothing to play around with.
Yeah, it's way too late to wait till you get it. You've got to get it before,
it's too
so
late.
you build up some kind of immunity to this new variant. It's just, please. My dad showed up at the hospital on Tuesday. I'm in Alabama, of course. Alabama's got quite the problem with it, and because he's on his 5th round of chemo, and there was no hospital beds for him.
Really?
Because of so many COVID patients hospitalized. Yes, they had to treat him in the waiting room of the ER and discharge him. Or they never admitted him, so I guess it's not a discharge, and they sent him back home.
Yeah, and you know, Kevin's my age. We're both 53. Our birthdays are pretty close together, and he was perfectly healthy. He never got sick. He's one of these Iron Man type of guys, much tougher than me. And he's got an 11-year-old girl and a 16-year-old girl and a wife, and he's gone.
It's just not worth the gamble.
Sad. It's so painful.
Wait.
But back to the race here. We got Visceral Racing Group still leading this race. And 124.628, their fastest lap time. A 32-second gap is the distance from Fast Hog in second place up to Visceral. They're still trying to catch up to that BMW and put the lap on them, but get by them. But it doesn't. It looks like that BMW has begun to work itself away, that EC car, from Visceral. The Corvette is parked They are behind the wall, it looks like, from inside the car.
So early on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always something, isn't it?
It's always something.
So the standings right now, I'll just give you a rundown if you're just listening, and I'm sorry if you're listening. It's Visceral Racing Group leading the field over Fast Hog Racing. Then it's Boston Winers, and I'm trying to look here. Okay, I do see an EC. Fast Hog's an EC car. Maybe
Correct.
if I explode this view, I can see the standings a little bit better. Oh, so's Boston Winers. Wow, this thing is, I'm all messed up. So Visceral's leading the race, and then in second place is going to be the A-Class car of Warrior Racing. And then it's Coco and Brothers. Then it's Rosemar in the 701 Miata, the green Miata. And then it's Misco Motorsports, Mostly Motorsports, All Roads Racing in the 595 BMW, Haywood Racing, Start Racing, or Star T Racing, I believe it's pronounced, Legacy Auto Sports, and Fuse 15. What is this? Horrificate. I don't know. I'm going to have to look at this for a while to figure out what 15th place is.
Bus. Yep, that's it.
I'm going to go with that. Okay. I'm just going to
They did that just to be mean to us.
Honor. The honor team. That's what we'll call it.
$7.99 honor team.
Yikes. Lots of EC cars up in the mix there, so you gotta look with discretion.
We could just call them butt dial because it looks like they tried to write honor and then they put their phone in their pocket and then it put a bunch of letters after it.
Could be.
Before they hit save, yeah.
There's that start-finish line down there. Thanks for joining us, everyone, on ChampCar.Live. Nice to have a few people watching today. Any neons out there today? Let me take a look, Tyler. Let's see what we got. Camaros, Miatas, Civics, BMWs. We got a Ford Mustang. We got a Chevy S10 Extreme. We got an RX-7, Mostly Motorsports. Keep an eye on those guys. We got a Corolla, a Toyota Corolla, Porsche Boxster, a Mitsubishi Eclipse from Straight Pipe Racing. We got a Honda Fit TCS, and I think a couple Corvettes. Yeah, so the Porsche RSR, and then the Accord from ZTEC. I don't see any neons. Maybe you should have been here, Tyler. Could have brought one out.
Got lots of options, but not that option.
Tom from Sweetwater Racing checking in. You know, I'm a little surprised they didn't see Sweetwater out here because they were so strong in previous races here. They looked amazing back in 2019, finishing in 3rd place and 7th place with those Miatas. That's a strong team.
Nice guys, too.
So hopefully we see you guys out here next year racing at Thompson. Awesome racetrack.
All right, we had 263 being black flag for passing under yellow, and 702 served their black flag for passing under yellow, and they're back out on track.
All right.
So 263 is the Legacy Auto Sports. What's the other number? 7 or something?
And Tiffany, remember to use your outside voice.
Oh, yes, thank you.
524 is now being black flag for passing under yellow.
524.
Fuse 15.
Oh, yeah, Fuse 15. Okay. Black flagged.
We haven't had a full course, so these were just standing yellows that passing them down, I guess.
So, Tiffany.
This track does what do you call that? Hot pulls.
Hot pulls.
That helps keep the full forge yellows down.
That's nice.
Well, they're doing a fantastic job of it. So I had a really good sit-down interview with Randy Popst. I guess it was early last week. Yeah. And we talked
I didn't know
about
y'all done that. Okay.
Yeah, and we talked about that ever controversial subject of passing. And it was really great. Got a lot of good information from Randy. He gave us the whole spiel, and I've got some clips in there that I put in. It's really good. But it's being reviewed by everybody because I'm an idiot and I say stuff I shouldn't say. So they're going to look it over real good.
No, you're not. We just want to proof it, just to make sure that there's no spurious background activity, or your spelling is correct and that kind of stuff.
Well, the spelling
we'll
won't be right.
This week. Yeah, we'll get to that this week. We've been really busy trying to get going from race to race, so we'll get it done.
There's a lot of Datsuns that show up, surprisingly.
So no sneak peek?
I'm kidding. Sneak peek? Oh, of the interview? Well, no. But
you know
what?
We stopped doing sneak peeks with Paul.
Yeah.
The last time.
Because it's bad. Oh, we got a car slow coming out of turn 1.
They may have ventured off
which is the corner right before turn 2. And we'll have to wait and see if they can make it around the track. They might be getting stuck out there. There's the S10 in front of Visceral as they go by, and it looks like clear skies out ahead of Visceral right now. Take another look at Race Hero. I don't see our feed on Race Hero. So if it's there, I'm just not seeing it. So Race Monitor is the only thing that we have to work with right now. Just blow that dude up here. Okay, so it looks like Visceral has indeed gotten by the EC car. So they are at the pointy end of the field here. 3 seconds the gap to the EC cars, holding second, third, and fourth place on the standings. But actually, Warrior Racing is in second place with Coco and Amp behind them. Then it's Misco Motorsports in the 77 Miata. Then it's Rosemar in the number 701 green Miata. Mostly Motorsports is behind them in the RX-7. Watch out for those guys. They just clicked off their fastest lap time of the day, that 1:26.7. I look for them to continue to move up to the front of the field. And then we've got All Roads Racing, Star T Racing, Haywood Racing, the Honor Racing team. Then it's Fuse 15, Ram Racing, and I think Fuse is coming in for a black flag. Little Rhinoceros, MBM Engineering, Rosemar in the 702 red Miata, and Bent Over Racing scored in 19th, but actually they're going to be closer to like 15th. Millhawk Racing, Legacy Autosports, Payne West, Boston Winers in their A-Class car, Tweed Motorsport in 24th. I had a feed on them.
On Tweed?
On Tweed. I have to go back and do some hunting here.
That's a Boxster as well.
Yeah, they were great. They sent me a link so that I could do the scope of Joia on that team, but let me take another look here, see if I can find it. It's an interesting name. I was
thinking
funny.
The same thing.
Yeah. It's funny. And it looks like their feed
do a whole Tweed and then a seersucker and maybe some paisley and maybe linen and
I think they actually have a logo. They have a really sweet looking logo on their YouTube channel. This might be related to a company.
Okay.
It doesn't look. This looks like a corporate logo. It doesn't look like something that somebody invented for just to have a cute name for the racing team.
Even better.
Yeah, they've got something. It's really cool out green. It's showing like a waterway and so something's going on there.
Can you show it to us?
Oh, why not?
Okay.
We got plenty of time on our hands, don't we?
All right, 595 is being Weed Motorsports. Oh, Tweed Motorsports. 595 is being black flagged for passing under yellow. Passed twice. 2 cars under yellow. So he probably thought he was racing pretty good and had a good run on people.
Wow, I'm doing great out here. No,
That's
you're not.
the All Roads Racing. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oops.
Passing under caution, it is frowned upon.
Highly. It always kind of sucks when you realize you're like, oh yeah, I got you too. Ooh, and then you're like, oh, hello. Oops.
All right, 817 is being black flagged for passing under yellow too. We're working the passing under yellows with that Corvette was off on the left there at 2.
That was the +1 Racing.
Yeah, there's the
That
Corvette
Corolla.
team hopping out. Still working on that beast.
Wonder what's going on with that car.
They're probably thinking the same thing. What the heck's going on with this thing?
It was running fine yesterday.
It was fine. I think the feed just went down on our leader, Visceral Racing Group, so if it comes back up, we'll be in that car, but we're just going to have to make do here, folks.
That might be our specialty.
Godspeed Racing checking in with Ryan. Good morning, Ryan. Looks like Visceral Racing Group is in command of this race right now.
Man, we kind of expected that if they don't have an issue, that they're going to be highly likely to be right at the beginning, at the front of this race. But we still got a long time to go. We've got 11 hours of racing to go, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean,
They're always
the Visceral
really strong
cars.
here.
The Visceral cars are strong here. They won the race last year with the other car. Their Achilles heel is mechanical. It's not usually driving, and it's not even luck. It's just
Did they win last year? I thought the Porsche of.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was Visceral that won in 2019.
Yeah.
Last year.
Race,
Yeah, BBY.
But last year they got beat by.
BBY.
Well, last year they finished down in 21st, so they must have had a mechanical issue last year.
Yes, I think they did.
So BBY won the race. We got Z-Tech finished second. Mostly Motorsports finished third, and 2 Rosemar cars were there in 4th and 5th, with Warrior in 6th and 7th. So Warrior had two cars last year. So did Rosemar, and so there was a lot of multi-team shenanigans going on back at that time.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, they were all on the hunt for that win.
I mean, I guess that's why most of us show up at the racetrack, right? I mean,
Getting reports at 695, 4 off at turn 11B and continued.
that's Coco and Brothers. I want to know what the Coco stands for, because I recently took on some chickens. I'm a city girl, and I like to experiment, and I named one of them Coco.
Oh.
Yeah, the bigger one. They're silky, so they're like fluffy. They look like they have 80s hairdos, pretty much. They're like real poofy on their head. They're really quite odd looking, but cute.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're interesting. It's different. I've never tried that before. My husband surprised me with them, and I'm like, yeah, like we need one more thing to take care of, but once you get it kind of set up, they're low maintenance. I mean, Visceral is just getting it done, isn't it? I'm like,
Yeah, and to think that they were just racing 2 weeks ago, that's a quick turnaround. They went from Michigan to Connecticut. A little bit of a lockup there. We'll come back to that camera. back into one of the Rosemar machines here, the number 178.
Polly, did you play the disclaimer? Because we might want to do the disclaimer because of Tiffany talking about experimenting on chickens, and we don't condone any of that.
Yeah, the officials don't condone any of that. So, where did I put that stupid thing?
Chickens taped to the tailpipe. That's a big no-no.
Oh, is that what she's doing? Tiffany, we've talked about this.
No, I'm pretty sure these are going to be the most swole chickens like in the history of chickens. I've already sent messages to my husband. I'm like, okay, it's supposed to rain today. You need to go home and bring them in. And he's like, oh my gosh, they're chickens.
All right, I apologize. I'm really, really sorry. I apologize unreservedly. I offer a complete and utter retraction. The imputation was totally without basis in fact and was in no way fair comment and was motivated purely by malice. And I deeply regret any distress that my comments may have caused you or your family. And I hereby undertake not to repeat any such slander at any time in the future.
I'm sorry and I'm stupid.
I prostrate myself before you and beg your forgiveness.
Jeez, I'm an idiot. I'm going to go ask directions to our next huge embarrassing failure.
And we'll be right back after this message, folks. Stay with us. Champ Car Live. Back in a moment.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're back here at Thompson Motor Speedway as I'm trying to screw up things here on our leaderboard. I'll leave it to me.
What are you doing, Polly?
Oh, I'm just messing things up.
Just messing around.
It's okay. We're out of practice. COVID and all. We can blame. How long can we blame things on COVID?
As long as we want.
Hey, just to let you guys know that our timing and scoring has corrected some discrepancies on how the points are added to the EC cars, and you might see suddenly EC cars moving up the standings. It does that because we don't normally give EC cars points. So some of these, their names are so long and stuff, we couldn't really see what class they were. So they were just, he just went through and gave them all
799, the
but
guy torquing the tires.
they're fixed now.
Sweet. So I'm showing right now Visceral Racing Group leading, and then second place would be Warrior Racing because the other three cars ahead are EC. And then it's Coco and Brothers behind them, Misco Motorsports, Rosemar in the 701, Mostly Motorsports, Haywood Racing, Star T Racing, Race Car Experience, and Little Rhinoceros Racing, the top 10. Looks like the Visceral camera's not interested right now, so we'll come back maybe when it's a little more motivated. On board with Rosemar here. Again,
interest with us.
Again, brought 4 cars out here this weekend, although I'm thinking one of them, the Misco team, was one of those cars, and now it's been relabeled Misco, so maybe it's only 3. I did send an email off. I was talking to those folks. They were nice enough to try to give me some info this morning, but everybody's busy now. Looks like the number 600 Porsche Boxster is already in the pits.
I don't know. A little early for that.
They're shown in 37th spot after that reset. They have turned laps, but I'm only showing 12 laps.
Yeah, that was the car that was at the very bottom, not showing not turning laps, but it was actually on course with better camera in, so it may have to...
We're losing you here, Tiffany. We can barely hear you.
Oh.
I don't know why. It could be our bridge is just holding back your audio a little bit.
How about now? Is that any better?
No, it's super soft. Let me, I'll do some checks on my end here.
Internet doesn't look super strong right at this moment. 3 bars.
Yeah, I can barely hear you. The Porsche Boxster, looks like they're actually behind the wall putting the driver in. This is something that Bill mentioned earlier. Back on board with the leader here, Visceral Racing Group. I don't know, Tiffany, maybe if you come out of the bridge and come back in, maybe if you leave and come back in, maybe that would shake it loose. I don't know.
Okay. Can you hear me any better now?
No, it's still, I can hear you, but it's about half volume now.
Okay, I'll leave it and come right back.
Okay. Cool. So that clock you see there, folks, the countdown clock in the middle of the screen is accurate, pretty accurate. It's not official, but yes, almost 11 hours of racing remain here at Thompson Motor Speedway.
Okay, car 77 is going to be black flag. They've got their diffuser that's hanging off the back of the car, and it's kind of come loose on the left side. And it's big, chromey aluminum thing, and caused a lot of commotion from the corner workers because it's flashing them in the face. I think that's why you paint everything flat black, isn't it?
Yeah. Because, you know, it radiates heat, Bill. Did you know that?
What was that again, sorry?
It black radiates the heat. Did you know that?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. As shown by SR71 development, but that's for a different day, Paulie.
Oh, why not now, Bill?
Because I don't have my facts with me.
Don't have your fact sheet.
My fact sheet.
I need more sciencey words.
Air Force stuff. Come on, man.
Any better now?
Yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Yeah, sounds normal again.
Interesting. Okay.
So there you have it. You're normal.
When does Tiffany sound normal?
You're normal, Tiffany. So there's Rosemar being flagged in for that diffuser.
Things I'm not used to being called.
You got something behind the car that's doing something it's not supposed to be, or might be leaving the car here shortly. So go in and figure it out.
77 just pulled into pit lane, and the guys are over the wall, attacking it with all kinds of tools and stuff, and they'll get that fixed and head back out here in just a minute.
They got that Kirkley racing seat, which is more associated often with circle track, but I'll tell you, we had one in our BMW. I really liked it.
Did you?
Oh yeah, they're really expensive.
You usually have to put a back brace on those to run them in Champ Car, right?
I think you need to have a back brace on any car you run in Champ Car. I would, but
okay.
It was great. It was all aluminum, really expensive seat, really nice.
799 on pit lane, doing a driver change.
So 799 would be the honor team. Maybe we could talk to them about their name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill, go find that team.
77 was they pulled the misaligned part off the diffuser, and they're headed back out.
So, Bill, if you want to go find the 799 Miata, like their pit stall, and ask them if they butt dialed some of those letters. And I tell him to do something, right? That's when he loses us.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
Yeah, he's like, you aren't the boss of me.
I lost you guys.
On board with the Porsche Boxster number 600. New driver plugged in. Let's see if they can make up some distance now with that car. Boston Whiners in their 318 IS. You know, I saw a 325 in the parking lot the other day that was like an E36. It was a convertible.
Yeah.
Which we don't see too much of that in Champ Car.
No.
I wonder if that's actually a little bit heavier because of cross spacing underneath. Maybe it's not an ideal pick.
That'd be my first guess.
My Roadster had this gigantic crossbeam X thing underneath it. So it was a super sturdy platform, but it was heavy. It made it heavy.
Mm-hmm. And now, you know, we have those races and we've had people cut the tops off of cars, or maybe they started out as convertibles and they've done everything that we require them to do for safety, but then it's just pouring rain. I just see those drivers and I'm like, nope. Just nope. You know, they're just sitting in a puddle the entire time, right? The entire car is just soaked in there. Just that does not sound super fun to me.
Probably not so bad in a sprint race, but in an endurance race where you're going to be driving that thing all day, Probably not
You can
much
do a
fun,
2-hour stint, and trust me, you may think 2 hours driving to see your grandma doesn't sound like much, but that is not the same as being in one of these hot race cars or wet or in these conditions. Like it's full gear from head to toe. You're in, fire retardant clothes. Just, it's like, I would think that would be like trying to swim in full clothing and shoes.
Well, see, there was a time in Champ Car where you couldn't run a roof on a Miata. You had to run if you didn't, you had to either run the fiberglass. Yeah, you couldn't run a roof, I guess. I kept trying to remember what the status was on that, but we ended up putting one on our car at some point, and our team owner got it cleared with Mike Chiswick, who was the CEO at the time, to run the roof, and we were able to do it. I can't remember what all the details were on that, but if it was points,
I wonder if it's a height thing. They don't want the drivers to be too tall and
I don't know,
above the roll cage, or
all I know
where the
is
seat sits.
Well, when we rolled out on the pit lane with that fiberglass roof on, there was oh my gosh, it was like it's like you lit a bonfire. It was like, whoa. There was a lot of eyes staring at our car, like, what is going on? He's not supposed to have that. Might have been a safety thing. They didn't want it flying off. I don't know. But ever since then, now everybody's got a roof on their Miata. Hardly anybody runs an open top.
Yeah, I only see a couple of teams with that, and I always feel bad for those drivers when it's pouring rain. You definitely have to put some holes in the bottom of the car to make sure some of it drained out, or you'd just be sitting in a bathtub by the end of your session, like a cold bathtub.
So on board with Coco and Brothers and their Miata as they hustle around this 1.7 mile, 11 turn road circuit here in Connecticut, as the driver reaches up and adjusts that wink mirror. A rev match downshift as he dives into the corner here, checking those mirrors. You can see that car right just to his, flanking him to his left there, making sure he gives him just enough room. We talked about that, Randy and I, in our video about leaving room for a driver at the exit of a corner as well as the entry for the overtaking car. Really good conversation with Randy, and that video will probably be published when we're darn good and ready. So be looking for it here in the next week or so.
Can't wait to see that. Randy's always very interesting to talk to.
Yeah, we also talked about the Verstappen-Hamilton incident, but I didn't include that in the video because he had already done a video on that, and it's on YouTube right now if you want to go check it out. And he's got some really good videos. On his YouTube channel, that Flying Moose car looks fantastic. They've gone through and repainted it. They've redone it. It's gorgeous, and it's quick. There's a good video of him racing with his team at Road Atlanta. And that thing it passed the R-Bank CRX. I mean, that thing was whistling through the field. But again, the thing with that car has always been mechanical. And that's what bit him that weekend, too.
I mean, it is endurance racing, right? So, like, what bites most teams is not their, how fast they are. It's the mechanical things, right? Like, if you just keep your car on course and drive some decent lap times, you're going to be towards the, the positive end of the field or the low numbers, right? If you have to stop and do a fix, that's really going to put you way down a lot of times.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tyler Pedersen said it really well. You do most of your racing starts in the garage. It's in the prep.
Absolutely.
And hopefully you get it right. It's so hard to do that. But hopefully you get it right and you can get through the race. Visceral looking for a way around. Almost went 3 wide with that Chevy pickup truck there.
I'm noticing those cones on the outside, so they've narrowed the course through that bank turn. Looks like 3 is about the max you're going to fit through there.
Yeah, those cones, I don't know if there's a penalty, but they might get taken out at some point.
I just hope we're on board with the car that does it. Or the car, wait a minute, no, I want to be on board with the car behind the car that does it.
So Visceral lining up the Porsche, and that is a really quick Boxster, by the way.
It looked like there was a car off driver's right, just quite early, just a little earlier.
Whoa, big lockup from Visceral, trying to get by the Porsche. Manages it, but it was touch and go, man. Yikes. Yeah, that could have been disastrous right there.
Just a touch of late braking, a little too late.
The brake said, We were running into that at Gingerman a couple weeks ago. I was following one of the Visceral cars down into 11, and they locked up in front of me like that. Car got all twisted up. It was happening to a lot of teams, though. Even I was having some trouble. It was really slippery out there. The heat just really raised the index of the track, and it was tricky. Each corner was quite a bit different in the grip level. It was catching the veterans out, even the veterans like myself and Visceral guys and so many other teams. There was a lot of tire smoke prevailing around the racetrack.
So I have an answer about the Miata thing. So somebody, unofficially, back in the day, way back in the day, they used to charge material or the cost of the top towards points for the car for the Miatas. And back then they were stupid expensive, right? Because all Miatas come convertible. And to buy the hard top that comes with it is very expensive kind of add-on. So back in the early days of Champ Car, they used to charge the points for the cost of that add-on, which most teams are not going to want to take that on. So that's why
not
all
only
the
did it
cars
cost
were
you
open.
points, but it was like 50 pounds. The thing is a beast.
Yeah, it's super
this
heavy.
Giant fiberglass thing. And they were pretty hard to come by. I mean, they're expensive.
They're expensive and they're fairly rare because most all the cars come with the convertible, right? Like you had to order that as an add-on.
Yeah, they're rag tops. Like my dad's was that way, you know. So if you want it, you got to go find it and buy it.
Just like the Boxsters, all the Boxsters come as a soft top. But there's tons of little aftermarket light fiberglass tops you can put on the Boxsters now. I think the one I bought for my Boxsters was like 7 pounds.
Well, thanks for digging that up because that brings it all back to me. Now, I couldn't remember, obviously, the details, so that explains it.
That was one of our loyal listeners giving me the history on that.
Awesome. Thanks for sending that to her. Appreciate that. Because
Mr. Ray Frank, the one, the man, the myth, the legend.
We got something right on this broadcast, so don't tell anybody, though. They'll expect it from us all the time.
Yeah, it wasn't us. We were being helped.
We need, which we desperately need.
Desperately.
Someone took pity on us. Let's give them the facts this one time. So Visceral Racing Group leads this field right now. We've got second place is Warrior Racing still. Coco and Brothers is going to be shown in third. 701 of Rosemar Racing and their Miata, their green Miata, is behind them. Then it's Mostly Motorsports, Haywood Racing, Star T Racing, Misco Motorsports, Rosemar Racing in their red Miata, and the number 702 would be ninth, I believe. Then it's MBM Engineering, the top 10, if I got my math right, which I probably didn't, but that's what we have.
It's fun to try to call the standings as a set with those EC cars interspersed.
Oh, I couldn't think of wanting to do it any other way. It's my favorite way to do it. 1.7 miles is the distance on this 11-corner racetrack here in
Looks fun, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Very busy. Several different configurations, and they have an oval track that they run as well, as you could see in that image there here at Thompson. So this is a fun place to go racing.
So it puts one of the bank turns in the course for us today.
Right. Yeah, they get to roll up. Looks like coming through 6 there, 7, 8, and then they rejoin the road course heading into 9. So pretty cool. They get to run that banking there. Up on board here with Coco right now in that banking section in their Miata. And you know what's interesting is, I don't know if it's just luck or what happened here, but in all of the cars that we have cameras in, they're really well put together. Just really a lot of effort gone into getting all the sound deadening out and just painting it. I mean, it's just like, wow.
How beautiful that is.
It's like, man, you guys are really stepping up your game here.
Yeah, I'm going to be not comfortable putting a camera in my car when it runs again, because
maybe we'll just leave that out. Yeah,
not quite that clean.
It's a lot of work.
Yes, it is.
Look like that.
Most people don't know what's beyond their carpet when they pull the carpet up in the car, but there's all this foam and adhesive for sound deadening, and it is a what are the words that we can use on air? A B word, to get that stuff cleaned up, out of the car and then paint it and make it, look like this car, like the Corvette. I mean, that is, somebody spent some time on their hands and knees in there cleaning the inside of that car and then painting it. And then making this such a clean build, it really is the way to go, because if you have not just for aesthetics, but the cleaner your build, the cleaner your wires, the cleaner everything is, and everything has its place, kind of like your mom told you to be organized and keep your stuff together. When you do have an issue at the track, it's much easier to chase those issues and hopefully try to figure out what's going on with the car, or to keep things maintained, versus I don't know what all of these wires go to, and there's some over here and I'm not sure if they're connected or not. It's been a whole year on a car trying to figure out what was wrong with the car, and the wire was there for that particular thing that ended up being the problem, but it was not connected on one end, but the wire was left there. So it was disconnected on one end, but connected on the whatever it goes to. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic, especially not an electrician. So we thought it was connected, but it ended up not being. They cut the wire but not removed it. It was a nightmare. It was like the speed sensor something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be important.
Wheel speed sensor. So like when the car was not at full throttle, it would just buck like a Bronco. Not fun in the rain in Daytona with 100 cars, I'll tell you.
I'm just hearing exclusive.
Sounds important.
Whatever it is important.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay.
Sounds like you're in a tunnel a little bit.
Recording of a microwave bell when Bill jumps into the broadcast?
I think it's our connection here. You guys sound like you're near anyone.
It could be the connection. Right now you're sounding like you've got some bandwidth issues. Although we all have issues.
All right, I'm just going to feed you info on Slack, okay?
All right, I'll try to keep our eyes on the Slack.
What'd he say?
He's going to feed us information on Slack because he's having a little trouble communicating with us through the bridge. So.
Gotcha.
Standings not. I'm showing Kruger has moved into the. No, that's another EC car. So that's. I guess they got around Visceral there, but it hasn't changed the standings. So Visceral still leading this race officially.
Is Visceral up more than a lap on the field? I was trying to look. Oh, it's so hard to do with the EC cars in the middle of that. So they're second place is on lap 58 and Visceral is on lap 59.
Yeah, Bill's saying it's quiet here. The cars are just going around in circles, which is good because it seems like you run into the whole caution thing so frequently in Champ Car, especially that first stint.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a load of cautions and then it'll taper down then as the race gets going. Is he eating breakfast burritos? I have no idea, Marky. Could be. We got a really early start. We had to green flag this thing at 8 a.m., which means he has to get out there at dark 30 and start setting up cameras because I'm really demanding. I'm really, really demanding of Bill.
Mm-hmm.
And really cracking the whip. So
somebody needs to.
Yeah. So he has to get out there really early.
But Bill's a morning person.
Oh, yeah, well, it wasn't morning. It was like probably got up at like 5 o'clock or something. I don't know, 5:30. If there's a Waffle House nearby, he's fine. But when there isn't, that's when it's bad.
Pre-charged on a little grease to go, yeah.
Bill's always at home where there's a Waffle House.
Mm-mm. Speaking of Waffle House, do you have a special diet that you eat day of, day before races? I know we all try to stay really hydrated, especially in these warm races.
Yeah.
But do you have? Because I'm real funny about what I eat, especially race day or the night before.
Yeah, I really have to. So I'm real careful. What I do is I don't eat a lot of food.
Mm-hmm.
I keep my diet. I keep my quantities down, and I eat a lot of bland foods.
Okay.
And I focus on proteins, meats, things like that, and potassium like bananas, and lots of fluids. Hydration should start around Thursday.
For a Saturday race.
Yeah. See, so what happened here actually one of our longtime racers with our bank was actually in the hospital Saturday night from heat exhaustion, low potassium levels, and heat exhaustion. I mean, it was just super, super hot, and they had a cool suit in the car, cool shirt system. So it could get you. It can sneak up on you and get you. So I stay away from alcohol, and I'm pretty careful. And I think it just depends on the driver. Some people's bodies can handle it a little bit better than others. So I'm just cautious. I don't want to be the guy who has to come in to use the toilet.
Right.
Never had to do it. Don't
or come
want
in
to.
early for whatever reason because you're not, doing
you didn't
well.
prepare well, yeah.
In the car, yeah. But once you've gotten heat exhaustion, which is so easy to do in one of these race cars, you're covered head to toe in fire retardant clothing, which if you don't know doesn't breathe well, and a helmet, everything to keep the heat in. And even with that cool shirt, it's pulling off some of your core temp, but you're still hot. You're still sweating. It definitely helps a lot, though. It's just so easy to get, overheated still, especially if the cool suit goes out or something. And then once you've gotten a decent case, or I wouldn't say decent, an undecent case of heat exhaustion, then you're real primed to get it again. Your body will kind of kick in at a few lower, I think, temperature, like a little bit lower temp, your body will start like not being happy with you because it doesn't want to get there again.
Yeah, I've heard it actually does some damage to the brainstem, so you're a little more susceptible to succumbing to it. So I was kind of surprised that I didn't get sick. When I was racing at Gingerman, I guess it hit 90 degrees outside, so it was probably about 130 in the car, somewhere in there. And the cool suit shirt system wasn't working, and my drink bottle wasn't working. So I was out there in that heat, and I think what I've found in the past, I actually didn't get sick, I was kind of surprised.
That's awesome,
but
yeah.
What I've found in the past for me, I still employ for every race, is that before I ever started using cool shirts and all that stuff, I just made really sure I was well hydrated. I had a system where I drank a lot leading up to my stint, and I stop 1 hour before I get in so that I can pee and make sure I'm not going to have any bladder issues. Once you get to good sweating, you don't have to worry about your bladder filling up anymore.
Right.
And the hydration is the biggest weapon in your arsenal to fighting off heat exhaustion. So that's...
Do you do the Gatorade water half?
You got to use Gatorade because you need those electrolytes.
Mm-hmm.
Or smart
Ollie is
water.
a delicate flower.
I am.
As he gets older now, those you always ask for a pit lane near the porta potty, don't you, Paul?
Yeah, that's right. So there's a lot of options out there. The other thing you can do is you can get a hold of discoveryparts.com and talk to Ron, talk to Sean, talk to the folks out there. They can set you up with a proper modern-day racing suit, and they are super thin, so they're not the big, heavy Nomex suits. Those are fine.
Nicer ones are way better. Way better.
Yeah, you'll pay more, but they're surprisingly thin. I think my suit was like, I'm going to say only $700 because you can spend easily $3,000 on the suit.
Easily.
The FIA suits, but I think $700 is pretty reasonable for something that's going to keep you from getting sick. So between that and just really being well hydrated, I think for my body it works really well.
Hey, can't you use a catheter? Just cover yourself catheter so you don't have to worry about being in the race?
I'll tell you what, I'll ask Ron about that.
They have the little balaclava thing that goes on your head that pulls heat off your head too, and there's a blower, and my buddy Roger just swears by that. He likes that a lot. I haven't tried that one out yet, that blows fresh air in your helmet.
Yep. I think that's something that Doc's team had at one point. I don't know if they still do. And the thing you're talking about for the head is called a cool clava.
Cool clava, that's it.
And I have one of those. I've never used it. Rodney Earwood's got more experience with it. His body is a little more susceptible. He has some stomach issues. So he
I
uses
used
this
one of those at VIR, the last race we did, and it was interesting. It worked, but it rubbed on my, your helmet's on nice and tight. It rubbed on my head a little weird and kind of gave me a headache. So I ended up unplugging it during the race.
You probably would need, because when I went to get my last helmet, I went to see Ron, and he tried on, I tried on different helmets, and then with the one that I wanted, there were several different thicknesses of padding, and he was making sure that I was getting the right thickness of padding to have the proper fit. So if you're going to run something like the Cool Clava, I would imagine it would be best to try on the helmets with that, with your balaclava and the Cool Clava already in there, so you could probably get the right fit with that in versus a little too snug.
Yeah, Rodney said you got to set it up properly, otherwise it can give you a headache, because if the cold water comes out of the box directly into the Cool Clava, it's going to be super cold. You want it going the other way.
The 788 Miata, this morning they had some issues with that car. They were bringing it to the track, and it fell off their trailer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were able to get it on track today, but it's not performing very well out there, so they're taking it behind the wall.
So that's a Rennsport Miata.
Sorry, I missed your note there, Bill. We're going to break for commercial, folks, and we'll be back here in a couple minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, and we'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're going to go to our instant replay scene here. If you look down in the lower left corner, we were following Visceral Racing Group around the track in our picture-in-picture while we were away at commercial. And as we happened to be watching them down in the corner here, you'll see they get a little bit pinched here. The driver loses control of the car, spins it, does a loop, facing the wrong direction here, and gets it straightened out and continues on. But kind of a scary moment there for the leader of this race, Visceral Racing Group. Saw that driver coming down, wasn't sure, maybe, I'm wondering if he wasn't sure if there was going to be enough room, and just added steering and maybe added a little brake, just lost it right there, and around she goes. So a close one for Visceral Racing Group, but manages to get back going again with no contact.
Well, that's always good.
A quick update from pit lane. The 1.3 car got a big fuel leak on their tank, and they're having a hard time finding out where it's at, so they're going to be going behind the wall. As we've got Miatas and some E30s coming in for fuel stop and driver changes.
Oh, boy. Yeah, those fuel leaks are a thing. You know, I was talking to our team, Hastings Tires Plus. I was racing with them last week, 2 weekends ago, and those fuel things. You know, you gotta decide how you're going to vent that tank, but then you've got to be really careful about how you vent it, how you keep that fuel from spilling out onto the racetrack. That's one of the most dangerous areas we play with. You know, most of us are not, professional plumbers or anything.
Right.
Working with fuel, you got to be really careful that you get it right. It could be an extremely dangerous situation if you're not careful. So, Coco and Brothers heading out. And if you guys are going to be, almost all of us modify that fuel system to some degree. Make sure you check in with the forums. Make sure you get some good advice. If you've never done anything like that before, you want to make sure that you've got, 2 or 3 or 4 other people that are looking at your decisions. Send pictures into the forum and make sure that you're not doing something you're going to regret.
Right. You want to make it safe. You're going to be, if your rear end's going to be in that car, the last thing you want is that fuel to be able to, ignite.
Yeah, you got to be thinking about your driver.
System.
Some guys don't care about themselves as much. You want to care about the other people that are going to be in there. And so you want to plug up all the holes in the firewall, seal up the floor, all these things. And there's plenty of information about that in the forum. People will help you out.
Yep, and then have somebody go behind you and look through it, and then you got to kind of R&D it a little bit and make sure it's not building up pressure or leaking and that sort of thing. Just got to be safe with the fuel. Super, super safe.
Yeah, we've had some pretty scary happenings, so just be careful out there. Be careful with what you're putting on the racetrack.
Yeah, we just want everybody to be able to show up at the racetrack and race and have a good time and, not any worrisome or scary moments like that, that's all.
So we're showing Visceral leading the race right now over the B-Class Mostly Motorsports in second place, and then it's Star T Racing in third. Misco Motorsports is fourth, and Haywood Racing is fifth. I think Andy added some laps to the EC cars to push them down a little bit from the leaderboard, so it's a little easier to make out who's actually leading the race. Haywood Racing is fifth. Yeah. Rosemar sixth with the number 702. That's the red Miata from that team. Fuse 15 is shown in seventh. And then we've got an EC car there. Then we got Benover Racing and All Roads Racing. Looks like that might be the top 10 is Coco and Brothers, which we happen to have a camera in their car. And this looks like kind of a repeat, trying to get by that black Miata. This was BMW. This was the one they had trouble getting by, and it caused them to spin. That driver giving plenty of room now for the Porsche to get by.
Yeah, if you misjudge that pass there and you're in a really hot part of the course, right? Like, so if you lift, you're going to lose the car. That can be tricksy if you misjudge it just a little bit, or the other driver just does something that you weren't really expecting.
Yeah, we talked about this at length. Randy did in that video, and really helped set the stage for you as a driver to know when you should go in for that pass, when you should keep your nose out. Where's the point of no return, where you cannot advance in, how to properly present yourself and present the car in position for the pass. So, when have you established a position of authority, and when have you not? And this helps us avoid these collisions. The guy ahead, he's seeing you coming, and we want those guys ahead to leave that lane if they can. But sometimes that guy doesn't see you coming, and so we talk about all that, and we give some visual examples so that you can better understand maybe about how to conduct a safe pass.
This whole racing group, they got 2 drivers in the car. The first 2 drivers, Mike and Brian, they're both long time SPCA guys, and very, very fast drivers as well. So Brian is going in the car next. Brian was really happy with the way things are going so far. So back to you guys.
Thanks, Bill. I understood what he said. Kind of sounded like he was talking out of a fishbowl, but he's saying, I think Brian is going in the car next. He got a couple really experienced race car drivers driving the car, and I will say that driver avoided contact and did what he had to do to avoid contact, so that's good.
Yeah, that's always better. I mean, if you have even small contact, sometimes it cuts down a tire or bends something that's you need, right? And then any time that you have to spend on the pits or in the paddock that it is not your fuel time is going to cost you a lot of time in the race. So if you spend a little in the grass and don't hit anything and able to bring it back on, then, kind of, it may be annoying, but, no harm, no foul. Get it back out there, go back at it. I mean, that's something you always want to think about when you get on any race course. Your first couple of laps, you want to, especially if you've not been there before, right? Like, look and see where all the corner stations are. So, where you're going to anticipate your flags and where the runoff is. So if I'm in trouble, where can I go safely without hitting anything, and then bring the car back on course, What's paved, what's grass, that sort of thing. Gotta notice that, so hopefully you don't need it, but kind of where the runoff is when you need it.
Yep.
So you can just straighten, so if you start to lose the car, straighten the car up, just kind of go off and then, gently bring it back on instead of kind of twisting that wheel too much and then, come back on the course sideways and hit the other side. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, definitely. If you're not that familiar with the track yet, it's surprising how many teams will actually go faster when they reduce their shifts. They just leave it in fourth gear, maybe upshift to fifth on the straights. Oftentimes drivers are faster, so you could just focus, just leave the car in fourth gear, focus on learning that track, focus on where those brake points are, work your way up to it, and then maybe in your next stint you can add shifting to get that extra second or so. But if you're really fumbling around out there, you're actually going to be quite a bit slower than if you just focus on the track, focus on your braking, and you'll actually have a much more enjoyable experience out there. I was doing that at Autobahn at Gingerman here a couple weeks ago, racing with the Hastings guys. Their brakes are a little messed up. I don't think they knew it until I talked to them about it. So the first stint, I just drove most of it in fourth gear. In my lap times, I was right there with them. So you don't have to, I added shifting for the next day, but it took time to get used to it because the car was all front brakes. It was really sketchy. They're accustomed to it,
Mm-hmm.
But
what kind of car was it?
It's an E30, which I've raced
E30.
many different E30s, so I knew what to expect when I got in the car, and it was not at all right at all.
Yeah.
It's like, man, this is you guys are really losing a lot here.
I mean, some people set their cars up quite differently, or maybe something's broke sometimes, and it can be quite deceiving sometimes when it's the first time you've driven. I remember I drove a 944 in a race one time, and I'm used to a 944 being extremely well balanced, like Coco sitting off. And this car was set up super loose in the rear end. So the first major turn I came to, the back end came around, and I was like, oh, okay. Wasn't really expecting that. Caught it, and then kind of adjusted my driving for that.
Right.
And adjusted my expectations.
I was talking to Gary on the team. He's a former IMSA driver, drove Can-Am, drove some amazing race cars, and we were just talking about how you can only enforce your will so much on a race car. It's going to do what it wants to do, no matter how much you argue with it.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, still not doing that.
Right.
Okay.
Car is going to win.
Oh, they lost a wheel.
Oh no!
okay? All right. Make sure it's in neutral.
Race car to tricycle.
So it's a little unusual. He's asking the driver to hop out.
Yeah, normally we don't exit the car unless it's on fire. So.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he's having him get out with a track still rolling like that right next to him, but that's what he's doing.
And not on his own accord, they ask him to, so.
Yeah. Yeah, if the track's asking you to get out, that's a little bit different.
Yeah, then you're just deciding to get out, yeah.
You're doing what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Another close quarters there for Visceral. It's just the way this track is, you know, it's going to be close.
Nice little bridge there for viewing.
Yeah, and you can drive across that too. I noticed some of the cars using it to get across as well, so
oh, nice.
Kind of like a Mid-Ohio bridge where you can drive across it or walk across it.
Okay, we've got a flag at turn 3 and turn 4. Waiting at 4, I can't see what's going on there because I'm outside. But, yeah, we got yellow flags going. Are you guys watching track?
I'll try to watch it. Yeah, we got a car off. Driver's left there. He had a wheel come off the car, Bill. So, yeah, I'll keep an eye on Slack here.
Oh, my phone keeps going to sleep and... Okay. Oh, Warrior Racing is a high school team. They're all third-generation racers from their high school, from the same high school.
Well,
that's cool.
The warrior part is the high school mascot, so that's the warrior part. There's 3 generations of racers, and they all went to the same high school over the years. It's not a current high school team.
Okay, not a current high school. They went to high school together back in the day.
Yeah, we'll accept that one for 25 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see their feed on YouTube, but maybe if they send me a link, if we can get a link from Warrior, we'll be happy to put them on the show. Good morning, Bernie. Still trying to get that Coco machine loaded up.
And the Corvette, the 47 that led this morning, the engine seized. They think that's probably why the car doesn't want to move. I'm thinking, yeah, probably, but I'm not quite certain. I'd refer to Tiffany and Paul. They're more experts on engine mechanicals, but I think a seized engine is not good.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that I don't see more jean shorts surrounding that Corvette. Jean shorts. It's kind of a Corvette thing. You might not understand. There we can see.
And they said they had their New Balances. They just didn't have their jean shorts.
Oh, they had the New Balances. Okay, good. Well, it looks like they've pulled the camera out, or maybe that's you, Bill. I don't know. Yep, it's you. Look at that regal man carrying his camera across the paddock. Oh, we're going out to the pits. Here we go. We got a car leaving the pits. I'll take that text message off there. So down pit lane here, you can see they got the Jersey barriers up.
We're right at that 2-hour mark, so we should start seeing cars come in for their fuel stop and their driver change.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting up to that 2-hour mark there. And Tiffany, on our way out to commercial, you might want to come out and come back in. Your audio.
Try again.
Oh, there we go. Now it sounds better.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened there. Technology. Here we got a car coming into the pits. We come to a stop there, and Bill's right there in the midst of it, trying to get out of the way. There's a Porsche Boxster, number 600 in the pits, doing a driver change.
Yeah, that's the Rosemar car.
Hopping up over the wall there.
Rosemar Boxster.
So in Champ Car, you can put fuel in the car and do a driver change at the same time, but you can't do any work on the car. That's one of the rules in Champ Car. You cannot work on the car during a fuel stop. So you see, we got a fire bottle person there holding that fire bottle, ready to extinguish a flame that might break out. Is there fuel in the car and tucking in a new driver?
Looks like you got a little bit snug to that jersey barrier, so it might be helpful to the team in the future if they left the dash more
Definitely.
room.
Look how tight he is to that jersey barrier. There's just very little room. You know, if a fire breaks out, he's all pinned in there. So that's scary.
Yeah.
I always try to leave enough room, Tiffany, that you could open the door fully and still get behind the door and the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
That way, no matter what, that guy's going to be able to get out of the way.
Right.
Yeah, good observation there.
So you can see the car ahead of them, how they have much more room between the car and the jersey barrier for the fuel man and the fire bottle guy.
Right.
Just a better all-over procedure.
Well, you got to think about that as a driver when you're pulling a car in. Where's the fueling going to take place? You know, but you definitely want to leave room always up, to that barrier. You don't want to be close. My dad yelled at me about that. I'm pulling so close to the wall. Yeah, Dad straightened me out on that. Straightened me out on a lot of things.
Especially if you're fueling on that side of the car, right? Like, but even though, otherwise you're coming over that barrier and it's just tight. There's no reason for that. If you've got to get a jack in there, it's just never going to work. Or it's definitely not going to be fun.
So the driver's all plugged in, just waiting for that fuel stop to finish there in the 600 car. So in Champ Car, we have a minimum 5-minute pit stay for taking fuel. One of the strategies you got to work out as a team. If you just do a driver change, you can just plug in that new driver and send them out. But if you're going to take fuel, it's 5 minutes minimum mandatory. That's part of your strategy.
Absolutely. And these, even hour races, it's much better to take your driver stint and fuel stint all the way to 2 hours or very close to the 2-hour mark. So you can do those together.
Bernie's saying, looking at the timing and scoring, you can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata.
Bernie, I believe you're correct. There are Miatas everywhere. Pesky Miatas.
They are pesky.
Mm-hmm.
Not as pesky as those Saabs, but they are pesky. Yeah, just like you said, look how much further away from the wall is the BMW up ahead from the Porsche. Big difference there. I guess we've belabored that point enough.
A little bit.
We can probably move on. Mostly Motorsports still in second place. They're shown down 3 laps from Visceral now. They are spanking the field with these 124s. It's so fast.
Oh, yeah, that's quick.
Got their 3-inch drip pan down there to catch fuel.
See how he doesn't have any room for his feet?
Yeah.
Okay, we're beating the dead horse now. Leave it alone. The driver's going to be mad at us.
We've got our pivot camera in the 178 showing the driver working there with the water bottle behind them. Just tightening those belts while he's on the straightaway. It's easy to forget about that.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll come, they'll loosen a little bit as you're out there for a while.
Yes, they will.
You want to kind of keep them snug. For lots of reasons. 1, it's going to decrease the fatigue on the driver. 2, it's much safer. 3, in the event of an accident, you don't want that belt to come off that Hans device. And if it's loose, there's a chance with those shoulder straps.
It's taken a long time to fuel that Porsche.
It has. Seems like forever. Like they're having some kind of issue getting the fuel in.
It's probably because of that.
Is the camera still working?
Yes. What did he say? Never mind.
I think he said something about a camera, asking if a camera was still working. All of our cameras are working right now, Bill.
Is this camera still working?
Visceral? Yeah, visceral cameras working for the most part. Yeah. They're coming into the pits right now. So your leader is in the pits as we've reached the top of the hour. Tiffany, you want to take us out to commercial?
Hey, we are 2 hours into this 12-hour Enduro at Thompson Speedway. We will be right back. You're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are live broadcasting the Thompson Speedway 12-hour Enduro. It's Paul Velton with Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Out here at Thompson Speedway, this 1.7-mile road circuit. We've got Visceral Racing Group down there in the pip as they are rolling off of pit lane right now. Well, they're headed to pit out, where the clock will be picked up at pit out. Checking that driver's band there. Looks like Jackie doing that part. Looking at the standings right now, Visceral still leading this race over Warrior Racing in second. Rosemar in the 701 Green Miata is third. Then we have Mostly Motorsports in another red and white. Excuse me, that's the RX-7, and the only RX-7 that's out here this weekend. Then it's a teal and magenta Miata Star T Racing. Looks like they're going to be in fifth place. We've got Misco behind them, Fuse 15, Rosebar the 702 Red Miata, Haywood Racing, Legacy Autosports, Bent Over Racing, MBM Engineering, Tweed Motorsport, Boston Winers, Ram Racing, Little Rhinoceros Racing. Your current standings. And I don't know if we get Tiffany back here, maybe she can help me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Figure out what the class standings are. I always have trouble drawing that up on Race Monitor.
I remember most of them. I have my book. Oh my gosh, it's just right out of my.
It's one of these buttons.
A class is your normal smaller car engines like Miatas.
Just the
so
standings is what I was looking for.
9 and below.
Yeah, no, it was the standings I was asking about, Tiffany.
Oh, did you those? Oh, sorry.
It's Fuse 15 is your lead A class car. Your C class is being led by. Wait a minute. It looks like Valkyrie's taking over the lead, so they're your lead C class car right now. So Valkyrie Racing leading the race and C class. B class looks like being led by Z-Tech.
Okay, I can do the rundown of like the top 3 of each class.
Yeah, if you would just give that to
misunderstood the question. Okay, in A class, A class is being led by the 897 Warrior Racing, followed by Rosemar Racing in the 701, and Star T Racing in the 59. Scrolling, I don't think there's any B class cars here today. C class.
Yeah, we got B.
Being.
Sorry.
People are popping up. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. C class is being led by Visceral, obviously, followed by Tweed in the 413 and Bent Over Racing in 985. EC is being led by that SNL car, the 713. D class is, B's down here. That's weird. Okay, whatever. D class is being led by the Boston Winers in the 684, followed by Victor Motorsports in the 451, and MLC Racing, I think that's the Corvette, number 47. Is third in D class. And B class, we have Mostly Motorsports, the number 294, followed by Z-Tech, the 95 Honda Accord.
All right, and that's who we're on board with right now. Thanks, Bill, for moving that camera over during that pit stop. As Tiffany, as you mentioned, 2 hours maximum stint time in Champ Car, so the teams had to come in and do that pit stop there. They had to, if they hadn't done it yet, they needed to do it at 10 o'clock, and so that's been done.
2 hours mandatory per driver. They got to get out and at least rest for an hour. So most teams like to run till 2 hours in and then swap and do a driver change and fuel at the same time, so they get the maximum bang for their buck on their pit times, I guess you could call it. They're going to have to come off the course. My little dog is acting terribly today. I don't know what her deal is. She keeps crying at me.
Not a happy camper.
There are more animals at this house than there are people. You're outnumbered.
A look at turn 4 here in the strike zone. Let's see if we get our camera hit today. We had a pretty awesome vantage point for one of the 901 cars that got into the wall there at Oak Tree at VIR for the 24-hour race.
Oh, that was crazy, yeah.
And then we had another one of our cameras get hit at VIR at the top of the hill there, and in the spring when we did that North Course race.
Bill's getting better at finding the strike zone there.
I told him that. I said, man, this camera over here at 5 is in the kill zone. He said, yeah, but it's either that or we could just look at the back of the barrier all day. So yeah, it's cool. This is a great vantage point. You can see the cars coming out of 5 into 6 here. Probably should fix that label.
Yeah, that's a good view.
Boston Whiners.
Is that the S10? Oh. I mix those up. Yeah, I've got them as the S10.
So the S10 is back out. It's running a little better than it was. And just to let you know, Paulie, I sent you another camera link. You didn't know?
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, Z-Tech. Thank you for doing that.
And one of the teams that earlier, the car that fell out the trailer, I forget what number that was, but they got their car back out on track. And it sounds pretty good. So they just left. Yeah, BMW that had the problem with their fuel leaking now. They're behind the wall. They've got that car jacked up, working on the fuel tank on that to try and find that leak at the top. So hopefully they'll be able to get that fixed and back out. And we do have some cars on pit laning, doing their stuff. And you got the CCL1, right? The one that was in that Corvette is now in Party Girl.
I thought it was Z-Tech actually.
Or Z-Tech, I'm sorry, Z-Tech. It says Party City on it. That's what it is, not Party City.
Oh. Yeah, it's in
Accord.
Z-Tech, which is good. That team is so solid. You know, they could find themselves up at the front of this field.
Right, and one of their drivers sometimes runs with Visceral as well.
Yeah, they're scored in. They're in the top 10 right now with that car already. So we'll be wanting to keep an eye on Z-Tech.
Go Honda. It's your birthday. No biases
We
at
got
all.
some Honda fans, in the house here. Let's check in on Visceral Racing Group, and actually looks like a little trouble there with one of the switches for Z-Tech. Checking in on Visceral Racing Group here. So far, been a really solid race for this team. Looks like Valkyrie still leading the race and just set their FTD with that 128, but really not at the pace of what Visceral's able to do.
That Miata that fell off the trailer, they're back behind the wall. They're 789, I think it is, or 799.
788. The Rensport.
788. That's it. Yeah. They're headed back to their paddock spot. Andy told me that they bent the tie rod on that, so they're replacing the tie rod this morning, and it's still not going in the correct direction that it needs to go. So most likely the placement of that tie rod, even though it's straight, is in the wrong location. So hopefully they'll be able to figure it out and get it fixed and back out on track safely.
So as we're on board with Visceral here, be looking for a black Miata. unless they duck into the pits, they're shown about 7 seconds back from that BMW, and that's the leader of the race, Valkyrie Racing. A 93, which is going to make it an E36, I believe.
I forget the cutoff date on those.
Yeah, I think it's like 91 or something. I usually have Doc for that. He helps me figure that out. If I just write it down, but you know.
I write it down, but then I forget where I wrote it.
Yeah, you can lead a horse to water, you know.
I can always tell if I look at the car.
So yeah, we're out here at Thompson Speedway this weekend.
Nice little 1.7 mile track with 11 turns, and one of them being banked, which is part of the oval circuit.
Any idea why Rosemar Racing had a 20-lap penalty? I don't know. I don't know if they. I haven't looked, and that information isn't given to us. But basically, what you equip the car with affects your point value. So if they're running some fancy suspension stuff, that's going to set them back, you know.
Yeah, that's points. The Porsche. So they, talking to Andy, because they didn't check yesterday, that car has a lot of parts on it.
And that Boxster starts with the 475 points, so there's just not a lot, you know, we cap at 500. There's not a lot of points to add non-stock stuff, non-OEM stuff.
I think that part had a lot of suspension components that were non-stock, non-standard parts, so they get big points for some of that stuff.
Makes it fun to drive, but it will set you back a ways unless you want to run EC.
We have a lot of cars that think low. We have a lot of cars that are deciding not to run EC, to run in class with the laps, because they think they can actually catch up, which some have. I mean, heck, we see some of our leaders of, like, Huggins, you know, he had a 9-lap lead recently. I don't think it was Huggins, it was somebody else. But, you know, some of these guys can make up a lot of laps.
Well, that's what happened with BBY last year. They had a 9-lap lead at the end of the race. Of course, it's a short track, you know. Maybe a penalty lap isn't so bad. A few laps.
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
minute
play your
20
strategy.
something seconds to make up.
You might be able to do
a 12-hour race.
And that's the way these rules were written. I mean, you'll get laps with those extra parts, but those extra parts should get you at the end of the race up in front. And then it just comes down to the team and how you perform in the pit lane and how your drivers do. So it's the equalizer or balance of power by adding those points. Well, what happened there?
Oh, this is
I know exactly what happened. Somebody, when they were changing the cool shirt, I bet he hit the camera. So that guy, like, jumped in the car. I'll fix that when they come in next stop.
This is our pivot camera, Bill. It's all by design. You got a unique perspective there.
Hopefully that'll turn around, because the back of the car actually has a pretty good view. Maybe I'll do that. I'll face the camera out the back.
Okay.
Oh, that's always fun. Oh, there it goes. It turns. Yay.
We have a little guy that sits in the car and pivots it back and forth for us. Get a trained monkey. Put a little helmet on him.
Way better trained than us.
P53 is getting a courtesy black flag. Explain what a courtesy black flag is.
Well, a courtesy flag is something that you can ask the track to flag your car in if you can't communicate with them. So most of the teams will carry in-car communications so they can tell the driver when they need to pit and other instructions. But if your radios aren't working properly, maybe the radio comes unplugged from the driver's helmet, he can't hear you, you can ask the track to black flag your car for you, have them come into the pits, and then when they come in, the the pit marshal at pit in will tell them, hey, your team wanted you to come in, and then you can go to your pit box. So that's the idea of the courtesy black flag. You just got to ask a marshal if they would have that done for you.
Yeah, or there's a couple of teams that don't have radios. So if they're not using a board, or if it's a track that, the board is hard to see, if you hold up a board that says pit now, number, whatever, car number, then, or if your driver just ignores it and continues to go, you can have them black flagged and brought in, especially if they're at the, it's time for the next driver to go in, it's the end of their driver stint, that sort of thing. Teams can just ask the Champ Car staff, and they will communicate that along to the black flag station.
Yeah.
So Visceral
the
should...
earlier was just sounding really, really terrible. And they came in for a pit stop, put a new driver in, went out for a lap, and came back in. And I'm willing to bet that the driver in the car knew what the problem was and told the guy what to do. They popped the hood, did some steering or or something under the hood, and that fixed it. And that car sounds a lot better going down the front straightaway.
That's good. So we should have a change for the lead here shortly. They may have already gotten the pass done, because we were showing the gap was less than a second on that last time across the start-finish line. So we'll see if we get a change for the lead here this time by for Visceral Racing Group to retake the lead of the race.
Technically, they are in the lead, but actually get it on the leaderboard.
Well, no, the Valkyrie. I'm showing Valkyrie in the lead.
Oh, I don't. Mine says SNL and then Visceral and Rosemar.
Okay. Well, then
Which lap are you on? I'm on lap 96 is the leader, and then Visceral is on 95?
Yep.
Well,
yeah, I'm showing Valkyrie only has 86 laps, so that's not right. And interesting, let's see, Visceral, yeah, on the pylon, it actually is different than what I'm looking at on to the side here, so I'll refresh my page. Sorry about that, folks, if I've been calling it wrong all this time. There we go.
No worries.
Now I got it right.
Timing and scoring is doing some tweaking. There's some discrepancies, so they're fixing things. So you may see cars jumping in.
So the Coco team, Bill, is behind the wall, just so you know. It looks like they're in the garage area in their Miata. That's one of our cameras.
All right, I'll go take a look and move it in.
So over on YouTube, Dave's saying Visceral should get a penalty more than 2 hours the first stint. Actually, they pitted, I'm showing on lap 85. So about 10 laps ago.
Yeah, they pitted.
It may not have refreshed on what we were showing a minute ago. So
again, the car getting really twisted up under braking, hangs onto it. That back end apparently locking up under heavy braking. Yeah, they were in the pits under the commercial break. If you were with us, we were watching them in the pits during
right
the
at the
commercial.
2 hour mark.
Yeah.
Right on top of it.
And they're currently leading this race over Rosemar Racing, who's shown back about a lap in the number 701 green Miata. Then Mostly Motorsports, they're in third place. Watch out for that team. As I was talking earlier, they've been a bridesmaid in 2019 and 2020. They finished third. So watch for that team to be really a threat for the win today. They would like to get that first place finish. Haywood Racing giving the wave by to Visceral as they come by. Down that what looks like the front straightaway section here at Thompson, braking hard for turn one. Here is a look at turn 1 off in the distance. You can almost see turn 2 as well from that camera view. Oh, you're welcome,
can you hear
Dave.
me?
You're welcome, Dave. Yeah, Bill.
If you go to my camera, can you do that? We're down here at the 695. I'm on the bridge with the camera.
Alrighty. I don't see your camera feed here, so.
It is on the Ring Central.
Yeah, I see him popping up on the bridge.
I think I've got that switched off or something because I'm not seeing any video. Let's see if I can get that. Huh.
It's not the Bill in the tower, it's the Bill mobile. He must have logged in with another device.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to work on the video part, Bill. I don't know what's wrong here.
No, just to let you know, the 695 is in the garage now. They had a hub brake on the left front. The driver was still enough to keep it off the wall, and they just got they're putting the brake on a bracket that holds everything together. But typical Miata hub breakage, and they are getting ready to finish that up and get back out on track. They're doing a little bit of body work right now.
Cool.
They'll get it back out.
Cool. All right, thanks for that report. That's that Coco team with some hub damage. They're working on it, going to get it fixed, going to get it back out there.
Rosemar, the 701 just set their fastest time of the day with a 126 flat. Well, 126.046. That's pretty close to 126 flat. I'm sure they want to be there, especially if Visceral has any issue. They're going to have a hard time competing with those super quick times Visceral is turning, but they could be there and ready to pounce. And that's got them in second place now, with Mostly Motorsports right behind them. Just about 9 seconds. Mostly is that a Miata too? Where's my list? Yeah. Oh no, that's the RX-7. So we got Miata and then an RX-7. That's why it's B class. C class, A class, B class. That's your top three. Then another A class, the Warrior Racing. 897 would be fourth. Moving on up. I'm not going to sing though. Trust me, you don't want to hear me sing. It's not good. My first roommate in college was a state-winning sopranost. Beautiful voice. She did not like it when I sang along with the radio. She'd be like, please, just stop.
Rude.
Mm-hmm. She's like, you're killing us. It was funny. We got along really well, actually. So I was like, okay, well then that means you're going to have to sing to us. So I would make her sing to us. Sing us like Disney songs and stuff. It was funny. Great way to spend the first year of college. A long, long time ago.
Hey, Paul, I just sent you some pictures of that hub just so you can use it.
All right. I'm working on that camera feed. I think we can get those pictures up here too. As we're on board with Visceral Racing Group, our leader of the race.
Definitely their Visceral is turning lap times that will be hard for anybody to really threaten them as long as they keep this car together.
And there's a look at that hub.
Oh.
That's broke. The center broke right out of it.
Oops.
So there's the guys working on that machine right now.
That's the Coco and Brothers car.
Yeah.
I want to know if Coco is somebody's name or a nickname. I'm sure they don't have time to stop working on their car and tell us, though. But, you know, eventually, if we put it out there, sometimes answers find their way back.
Dang it. So frustrating.
Technology?
Yeah, we need to break for commercials, so we'll be back here in just a couple minutes, folks. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, and it's Visceral Racing Group, your leader. Back in a moment.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series racing again this weekend, and this time it's at Thompson Motor Speedway for the 12-hour Enduro there. And taking a look at the standings, unofficially we have Visceral Racing Group leading over Rosemar Racing in the number 701, and Mostly Motorsports in third place. So thanks for joining us, everyone, here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum. We've got Tiffany Alexander, one of our board members and racing instructor, with us, and Bill Strong, who is our marketing director and all-around swell guy.
Punching bag, whatever.
Yes, he wears many hats, many hats.
Many.
As we're on board with the leader of this race, hustling that Porsche 944. I believe it's the RSR. Yep, around the racetrack, a 1988 Porsche 944.
Did you know that this track was used to be called the Indianapolis of the East?
Huh.
It was the first asphalt paved racing oval in the entire U.S.
Interesting.
A neat little thing about this place.
Yes, it's a nugget.
It's a nugget. So I'd say it's been around a hot minute.
Yeah, it's an interesting racetrack. The cars actually progress up onto the oval parts because they have an oval circuit here, which is which you were just referring to there, Tiffany. You can see there in the image we have on screen. So as the cars come out of turns 5 and 6, they head up onto the oval section of the track, where they blend back into the road circuit as they go into turn number 9. So here's the exit as they come out of 5 and 6 up onto the oval, and then as they progress off the oval at what I believe to be is turn 9 there. We have it labeled as 4.
That's them coming off the oval there in the
But I think
very
it's
background.
9. Yeah, I think it's actually 9. I change that. There we go. Might be the, I don't know if it's turn 4 of the oval maybe. But it looks like it's 9
yeah,
of
probably.
it's 9 of the road circuit. So thanks for joining us, everybody, over here on our YouTube channel. Thanks for liking the feed. If you're near your phone or your computer where you can do that, please do that. Appreciate that. On board with Haywood Racing, about 45 cars out here this weekend. Let's see if I can get a count. Looks like 40 cars unofficially. 41. Yeah, I got at least 40 cars turning laps. Yes, we are under the 10-hour mark, heading up to that 9-hour mark. So the green flag fell at 8 a.m. Eastern, and they'll check her at 8 o'clock tonight.
8 to 8. It's a long race.
Yes, it is.
Oh, my headset.
And we're going to break this broadcast up into 2 pieces. So it's part 1 I'm going to wrap up here at noon. And then I'll immediately kick off part 2. So we're not gonna miss any coverage.
No, not at all.
But we have to do that because YouTube has a 11-hour and 55-minute limitation on these live recordings, so I have to do that to bust it up so we don't miss the finish in the recording.
Yeah, you don't want to miss the last 10, 15 minutes of the race. It'd be terrible.
Not that that's ever happened before. I don't think we've had a full course caution yet. We've had some local cautions, and we've had some cars that were stranded on the side of the track.
Yeah.
And one of them was the Coca car, which broke a hub, and the wheel exited the car and ended up underneath a guardrail. They're still behind the wall working on that car with that broken hub. They're planning to get back out there. Here's the Porsche Boxster, which kind of had big hopes for this team doing well today, but apparently it took a lot of points on that fancy Porsche, so don't expect to see them up at the front. But it's a long race.
Somebody said they had like 20 lap penalty or something. I do not know that that's accurate, but they did start at the back of the pack for sure.
Well, hold on. I'll go find out here. See what we got. I'm not sure that it'll be logged in there. No, it is in there. Let's see if I can get that to come up here.
I was gonna, well, they're not opening up. I guess I have to do it on my phone. Let's see what. No. Yeah, they started out with the -20 their first lap, so must have started out with a 20 lap penalty. So that data is there for us to grab. Okay. Wasn't sure. For sure is.
Yeah, race car experience started out 19 laps down. A few loose screws were set up 19 laps down as well. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe also 13 laps down. Valkyrie Racing started 5 laps down. Hammerheads Racing started 4 laps down. And I think those are the only cars that took penalty. Boston Winers started 6 laps down. Got that right. One of their cars. They have that. It's the red and white number 444. I mean they're listed as an EC car though, so it's a 6-lap penalty. They went ahead and ran it in EC. So some of those guys decided just to run EC nevertheless, whereas others decided they wanted to run in class and take the lap penalty. So the way it works in Champ Car, if you've got at least 5 teams that are EC in the field, they will award a trophy to the overall EC winner. And by the way, folks, I'm doing a lot of I'm taking care of the timing, and I'm taking care of the points for the club. So if you change your team name or change your car number, please email me. Let me know if you're changing something.
Please let Polly know.
Especially, it's not as bad when you change the car number, but when you change the name of the team, I need to get a hold of you and verify if you're carrying points forward, it's the same car. I want to help you make sure that gets done, and then I don't just enter a different car for you.
So if you're a new team and you're considering a name, think carefully about it and plan to stick with it. But if you do have to change the team name, please let us know.
Or just change it at the end of the year.
Things.
When you start the new year off, change it there. Try not to change it mid-season.
That'd be better for point standing, but for if we're looking at history of who won the race last year, if last year you won the race and you had a different name than you do this year, we're not going to connect those two unless you let us know. I mean, it happens too. Like 2 members of a team might stay together, and 2 members might fall off. So then they decide to rename it or something, or get a different car or whatever. But just. We can give you a lot more love if we know who you are.
So one of the Boston Winers cars in the pits right now, doing their driver change. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I am so tired.
Oh, sorry, Polly.
Yeah, it's been a rough week.
I will agree with you on that. It has been a rough week.
You've had a rough week.
It seems like everybody this week. Yeah. Extra special for some. Extra special. Exhausting. There's so much going on lately. Like negative stuff in the world as well.
Yep.
It's a good thing we have racing to distract ourselves.
That's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Something to get out there and distract yourself with. Speaking of distractions, in a couple of weeks we'll be at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, just November 11th, 9, 11, and 12 for 2 days of racing at Mid-Ohio.
And that field is packed, is it not?
Yeah, I think it's pulled back a little bit. We're in the 80s now.
Okay.
But
that's still a lot of cars. You're driving, right?
Yeah, allegedly. I'm driving with R-Bank Racing in one of the Saabs. That's the plan.
Okay.
So I will be there. And Bill will be there broadcasting a show. And it's going to be a pretty epic race.
I'm a little jealous that I'm not going to be there. But
Well, I'm sorry you won't be there too. It's the
I love Mid-Ohio. It's such a beautiful course, such a fun course to drive.
It's the final event of the Midwestern Championship, and right now, Arbank Racing leads that championship run, and really all they have to do is show up and turn a lap, and they will have clinched the Midwestern Championship title.
Wow, they
Which
got it
will
like
be
that, huh?
A nice feather in their cap, yeah.
Good for them. So that was made up of 4 different track weekends. So 8 total races, and the top 6, you had to start the 6 of those races, I believe it was.
You have to compete in all 4 events, and
All 4 events. Yep.
yeah, you need 6 races. The top 6 are added, the other 2 are thrown out, and so whoever has the lowest points would win the championship. And Arbank has 9 because they've won just about every race they've done.
Oh my goodness.
Except for one where they finished 4th. So the Money Shift Racing is actually in 2nd, and they've got 109 points, and it's really impossible for them to catch them. So the only way that Money Shift wins their own championship is if Arbank fails to turn a lap. If they don't start the race, they wouldn't have competed in all 4 events, and that's one of the prerequisites.
Ah, gotcha. Which Arbank car is that?
It's the Civic.
It's the Civic.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Who is the reigning series champion, by the way? The number 1 panel flown on that car.
So they're experienced in winning, you'd say.
Yeah, I think it's what Robin said is probably true, that Andrew's probably the winningest driver in ChampCar. I don't think anybody's won as many races as Andrew.
I could see that. They have a definite excellent success rate. If they show up to a race, there's somebody you got to keep an eye on, right?
They're going to be tough.
Because they're likely to be there at the end.
Yep. Visceral setting up another car for a pass here as they lead this race. Again, this is the team, not the car, but the team that won this race back in 2019. Their fastest lap time at that time was a 123.4. And this car has turned a 123.9 so far today. So very similar lap times to their number 918 chassis from 2018. A little bit
That's
of brake
amazing, because
lock
this is
up there.
a new build within the last year.
Yeah. A little bit of rear tire lock up there going into the corner here. It sounded like on that downshift, not sure, but definitely a little bit of protest there. Nothing wrong with that. Just a little chirping. That's not going to hurt anything, tire-wise, anyway. Take it up onto the oval here. Coming around that bank section. Whistling back through turn number 9 here and back to the twisties here. Getting close to that 11 o'clock hour with 118 laps turned already by Visceral Racing Group, with just over 9 hours to go here.
The laps click off fast here.
Yeah, 1.7 miles is the distance here at Thompson. It's a pretty short racetrack by standards of
others,
the
yeah.
other tracks on the circuit. Yeah. So Visceral Racing Group getting it done here this weekend, on board with the Boston Whiners in the number 306. .306 currently down in about 20th place if you pull the EC cars out. Their fastest lap time of 129.2. Little Rhinoceros team that's behind them right now, trying to chase them down.
Was that the Miata that just passed? No, that's a Mustang in there. We're getting, but I haven't seen that car yet. Yellow BMW.
Meanwhile, closer up to the front of the field, we go on board with Z-Tech Racing in their Honda Accord.
I think mine needs a refresh.
Yeah, Z-Tech now I'm showing down in 27th, so I'm going to refresh this.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was just showing. I was like, what? They're right behind the Boston Whiners.
Yeah, they were. That's
top 10.
That's the Chevy S10 there. Yeah, earlier Z-Tech was way up towards the front. I think they might have gone through those pit stop, rotations.
Maybe had a longer pit stop than needed.
Could be.
Or than wanted, maybe.
What they wanted, certainly.
Let's see. I'll look. See if I see anything of interest. No, their pit stop looks about right. Let's see. I know they've had 2 stops. Okay, so they've stopped twice. They stopped on lap 64, it looks like, possibly. Because there's a 6-minute and 38-second lap. And then they also, on lap 37, they stopped, and there's a 7-minute and, right at 8-minute stop there. And they got a couple other ones.
So some unscheduled pit stops maybe set them back.
Maybe so. Looks like... Well, actually, according to this, it looks like on lap 16 is when they had their first long stop at over 12 minutes, and that dropped them from 19th to 32nd. They were 12th before, so I guess that lap before is when they dropped from 12th to 19. It's a short course, it's quick, so it doesn't take much to be having to fight back for.
It's always something, isn't it?
It's always something, one thing or another.
All right, so we've reached the top of the hour here, 11 o'clock local time. Just under 9 hours now remain in this race unofficially, so stay with us, everyone. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. we'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. So I think we got a car off at turn 11. Welcome back to the broadcast, folks. Let's see if I can bring, there's 11B, but it looks like it's off of our camera view there.
Supposedly it's number 103, the Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Uh-huh.
Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. That's cute. It's clever.
Yeah, well, if you never listened to NPR Public Radio, Click and Clack, the Tappet brothers did a car show, and it was all about car repair. And at the end, they would do all these credits that they had. They credited different people and things, and it was all made up stuff. It was all funny stuff. And so they had all these different departments with these people that worked in different departments. And Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is, I think it was their attorneys or something. I don't know. But it was
Okay.
that kind of stuff. It was really funny. So that's Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
I've listened to that a couple of times, but not
Oh,
a
I
lot.
loved
Yeah.
listening to Click and Clack, the Tappet brothers. Yeah. Unfortunately, eventually one of the brothers passed away, cancer. So he ended up canceling the show. But hilarious. Those guys were great. Car Talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was called Car Talk with Click and Clack.
Click and Clack. So apparently the number 103 car, also a fan.
Yeah. It's a great idea.
Yeah. Did you know that today is National Cherry Turnover Day?
Oh, yeah? Why not?
Yeah, why not? Everybody else has a day.
Let's go get a donut, everybody. Let's go get a turnover.
Mm-hmm.
Got a really good...
They were called portable pies.
Well, and we've got some really good donut shops here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We got some great donut. Yeah. I still don't, I'm a small business owner. I've been self-employed since 1998. I've had my own store for about 8 years. I had a computer shop. I don't know how these guys make any money or ends meet selling donuts and doing haircuts and things. It's like, that's a lot of haircuts, man. That's a lot of donuts you got to sell every day.
A lot of volume that has to go.
You're a business owner. You know what it's like. And when you've got a retail space, especially on a larger space, like on the main drag here in Fort Wayne, which is called Coliseum Boulevard, I mean, that's retail. That's prime real estate. How in the world does a donut shop make it? I don't get it. But
like just to pay their rent. How do you sell enough? I mean, how many donuts would you have to sell to just pay your rent? Like that seems...
Exactly. Well, I have a feeling that and I don't think this is uncommon with some of these smaller places where they're not making any money. They actually live there. I think it's against the rules in some cases. You cannot live on the property. But I think they actually do. I don't see how they make it. I mean, it's not like you serve lunch, breakfast, and dinner. It's not like even restaurants. They're not making tons of money, especially not around here. I've got a good
restaurants
friend.
live on a very lean budget.
Yeah, I've got a good friend of mine who owns 6 restaurants. When you're a small business owner, you get to know a lot of other small business owners.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 6 of them, and he's doing all right. But he's got that formula. He knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
He's very good at it. Great guy. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I got off on that topic. I guess because we started talking about donuts.
Well, cherry turnovers.
We got some great places, here in Fort Wayne for stuff like that.
We used to have it's still in Birmingham, Daylight Donuts. And there used to be one in Leeds out here by the track, and oh God, some of the best donuts you ever put in your mouth. But I guess the pandemic got them, and so now I have to travel to other parts of Birmingham to get said crack donuts.
I finally heard your dog in the background, Tiffany, crying away.
He is such a brat. I don't know what her problem is today.
Oh my gosh, that was funny. So Visceral Racing Group leads this race over Rosemar. I better blow this up, make sure I'm getting all the classes right. Yeah. And Visceral's leading the race. I think that's a C-class car. We got Rosemar leading A-class, B-class led by Mostly Motorsports. That's your top 3 right there. And there's a 2-lap advantage for Visceral over Rosemar, but just 8 seconds the gap from Mostly Motorsports to Rosemar. And that Mostly really wants to win this race. They keep coming up short at the end of these races. They really want a win. Misco in their Miata, always a fast car, in 4th place right now. And they're showing 3 laps down from Mostly Motorsports. Did I get that right? Why does it show? That must be the leader. I don't know. I'm looking at this because it shows 1 lap is the gap. It shows the gap as 1 lap, but the difference is 3 laps. So the difference must be to the lead, whereas the gap is just 1 minute and 1 second up to Mostly Motorsports. So less than a lap is the gap for 4th to 3rd place. And then we've got Warrior Racing. Oh, and Rosemar is actually just overtaken Warrior for 5th place in the number 702 Rosemar entry, a red Miata. So Warrior drops 1 spot there on that last lap. Fuse 15 is behind them. And if I take the EC car out, that would put them in 7th place. Haywood Racing then is going to be in 8th. Here's Haywood Racing right now. Legacy Autosport in 9th place in their A-Class Miata. Just set their FTD at 125.8. And Bent Over Racing in their BMW rounds out the top 10 in that 325i. That's a 97, so that's going to be an E36 type body chassis dealio. Visceral eating some curbs here, looking to get by the Porsche as they come out of this corner here.
Bernie says the average cost to make a donut is 12 cents a donut.
Okay.
And then they sell them for about $10 a dozen.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, that's a pretty decent. You still got to sell a lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of dozens.
It's when you're only making, I mean.
But most people don't buy them all during the day, right? They just buy them typically in the morning-ish time.
Right.
Right? I would think.
Right. So if you're selling, I don't want to go through all the math. Gosh.
Mm-mm.
It's just,
okay,
it's
that's
challenging.
not my business yet.
It's a challenge, either way. Not one I would want to be involved in. I've had my fun.
Clearly only have one product, you know? But,
yeah.
So there's that. You're not making a bunch of different dishes and trying to get your sauce right and stuff. So maybe you perfect donuts and you just get it done. I've never actually made a donut.
Well, I think you have to deep fry it. Unless, now, there was a place that had famous donuts at IRP, which was, IRP was Indianapolis Motor Speedway, or Indianapolis Raceway Park, Indianapolis Raceway Park. It was near the Motor Speedway, Indianapolis, but this is where the NHRA Nationals were held. Looks like there's a EV on the track there, driver's right, as they're heading down the front straightaway. Anyway, they had their concession stand, but they also had out front a broken down donut truck that they had up on stands, and they just left it there. So they would make donuts in that thing, and they were
really,
they were the small kind.
Donut holes?
No, they weren't donut holes, but they were a little bit bigger than a donut hole. Yeah, mini donuts, cinnamon flavored. So this guy would sit in there, and it would go through and had a little deep fryer thing, and it would cook them up, and then he'd coat them, and then you'd get a bag of them. So you'd buy a bag.
Delicious, isn't it?
Yeah, and by the time you got back to your paddock, you could see the grease leaking through the bag. It was incredible. They were absolutely incredible. One of my good memories. IRP, terrible racetrack, but great donuts. Great donuts, man. Yeah,
it looks like 702 and 275 had contact with each other. The 702 is Rosemar, and the 275 is Hammerheads Racing.
Mostly Motorsports, your lead B-Class car, and in second place, 3 laps back from the lead, turning laps about 2 seconds behind the leader. So this is where mostly, they're not going to beat them on fuel. They're not going to beat them on speed, but they just need to make sure they stay in the hunt, because anything can happen mechanically to these cars, and they would be in a beautiful spot.
Anything can happen. We've seen it happen to Visceral, so
Yes, they just need to run their race,
it can happen to anybody.
Here's Z-Tech Racing. Cars 275 was stuck in the gravel, and then they finally got out and got back onto the racetrack. Did you mention that, Hammerheads?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, then the 275 was stuck in the gravel and finally got out, which is the Hammerheads. But I mentioned the one where the 275 and the 702 got together. I guess that's where the 275 ended up after that contact.
Yeah, I wish my little screen wouldn't shut off. Maybe if I plug that dude in, it'll...
I've got a new desk here, so I'm still trying to get like my flow down,
Yeah?
A lot of time at the old spot in my house. Now I got a new spot, and everything's kind of in a new spot. Kind of
Cool.
got cords everywhere.
Yeah?
But it's nice. I can see out the window while I'm chilling here with you.
Yeah, Bill had told us that one of the cars got sideswiped, so some side-to-side contact out there. One of the Rosemar cars, as you said, in contact with the Hammerheads racing car. So there's black flags handed out duly to bring one or both cars in to have a chat. Not all the contact gets called into the tower, but Champ Car does black flag for contact. They want to bring the drivers in, make sure everything's okay. Nobody's, over the top angry and unable to act rationally out there. And they want to get the story straight.
Or overheated and kind of missing their marks and stuff because they're overheated. So, or the car is broken in some way that's not allowing it to be driven safely. I mean, there's a few things they'll check with the driver and the car, And then just some discussions about their driving styles.
Yeah, as one of the race directors that became a friend of mine used to say, well, if he sees you doing something he doesn't like, you'll get black flagged, and we'll bring you in and we'll congratulate you on your driving.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He may have been sarcastic about that. I don't know.
What? Mildly. Me and Bill both used to really love to be in Dana's new driver meetings back in the day. He's can be quite dry and funny.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
Which makes him a fun boss to work with.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been our CEO now for almost a year-ish. We got a couple more months, but doing a great job. Like, big congratulations to him. He had big shoes to step in, and he's really jumped up and tackled that.
Well, he's been with
well.
Champ Car since I think like 2009. No, since the beginning. He's he knows the club really, 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 really well.
And that helps to understand kind of who you're dealing with, and kind of what the expectations are, and the history. Somebody
he already knew me, so he knew what he was getting into with that part of it.
He's like, I know these idiots. Yeah.
More hand-holding.
Right. Coddling. Me and Dana are on the same page on that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't coddle well. It's not a strong suit of mine.
What? Really?
No, I always say there's two kinds of therapists. there's kind of therapists, and the majority of therapists probably fall in the slightly more introverted, granola kind of, very supportive, very Carl Rogers, theoried, just warm and fuzzy. Then there's like maybe the 20-25% of us that are on the other side that are like more the go, 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 you got this, let's go, kind of like, we work well with men. Just different kinds. I'm the tough love, totally supportive, but also I'm going to call you on your crap and I'm going to push you to be your best, kind of constantly,
Uh-huh.
So a little different. Very, there's the sweet ones and the real sarcastic ones.
Uh-huh.
All in the sarcastic ones, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really about finding what's a good fit for you as a patient. You're looking.
Absolutely.
So maybe that you respond well to that.
Right.
And like you said, works well with men. It's probably a lot of guys respond well to that.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah. Yeah, the relationship between the client or patient and their therapist, their personalities matching well is probably more important than most training or experience.
Uh-huh.
It's really vital to the whole thing. They call it the therapeutic relationship. It's gotta work. Right, because you're not gonna trust or take a lot of feedback from somebody you don't like.
Gotcha. Right. It's difficult to, right. Really enjoying the drive view from inside Visceral here while we're talking.
Therapy.
Just love watching him hustle that car around. Looks like a fun drive.
It easy.
Yeah. He's aggressive, but not dangerous.
Aggressive but mildly cautious. Looks for those.
See little tire
high
lockups there.
percentage passes. Now that BMW kind of locked up a wheel, huh?
Yeah. I don't know how many black BMWs they have out here this weekend, but this would be the same. Could be the same car that caused they got into the spin with. I don't know if he really caused the spin, but driver error, just a combination of things. Right now they're almost side by side with the Porsche, trying the outside line here around the BMW up on the banking here, but has to really brake hard to try and carry that. And now comes the scary part, trying to hold down the inside as he heads up into 9.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was like, well, you don't know sometimes as you're heading to a corner, you're going to end up alongside the other car ahead. And do they see you?
Right.
Probably not. As Randy was saying, once that driver starts to turn in, it's a whole different ball game. That driver's no longer looking in their mirrors, they're looking at the apex. And if you haven't already established yourself, if he didn't see you, if you weren't in his peripheral vision, it's a whole different ball game. You need to let him take that corner and keep your nose out of there.
Well, and especially like in that situation where the BMW and the Boxster were racing each other, right? So they're probably very aware of each other, but if they're not, spreading their attention out a little wider to see that, the Visceral car is there as well.
Right. And they may know that they're there, but they didn't, like going into 9 there to dart into that section. So that's why I said this is a little scary here. Mm-hmm. Sometimes as a passing car, you can find yourself up to your elbows in something you really didn't want to be in because the other guy broke harder than you expected, and suddenly you're in what Randy calls the vortex of danger. You're in this triangle that's closing rapidly, and if you can't get over the curb into the grass, you're going to get hit.
Right, your options are limited and growing smaller.
And it's your
you
fault.
Don't want to get hit.
And it's your fault. You can hear the Miata hitting the rev limiter. Sometimes, a driver, especially these new helmets like the Stilos, they have this noise canceling ear cups, you can't always hear the engine really well. I had trouble hearing the Hastings car on the rev downshifts. I told Troy, I said, I'm actually having a little trouble hearing the blips. I'm having to do it more by feel. I'm catching
It takes some time to get used to, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't really care for that part of it.
I wish there was a way to adjust that, I guess, a little bit, but I guess it's set up to be in a really loud car to be able to, the noise canceling, you know, so that you can hear your team. And I can hear my team in my new helmet better than I've ever been able to hear and communicate before. That part is fantastic. Right. But I feel slightly disconnected with the car because I can't hear the car so, you know, as well as I used to. Any of them, you know, it's just toned it down. So I guess.
And I need to talk to Ron about that, because I think there's probably a solution. I don't know if it's maybe putting in a small straw in one of the ear cups or something, but I'm just trying to think of a way that it needs to be fire retardant. But I want to come up. I want to come up with some way that I can get a little bit more of the outside audio into my ear cups or something. And because you're right, it's a trade-off. The communications in a Stilo are unbelievable. Well, you know, Stilo was actually originally a communications company. They made high-end communications gear before they started making helmets. So the comm stuff is off the charts awesome.
It's unbelievable.
It's almost to a fault, because you can't hear anything
out there.
It
just blows me away.
So it's great, and it's actually not so bad that you can't talk to one another. But by the way they've got that thing set up, yeah, it can be a little difficult to hear the engine sometimes.
Especially if it's not a really loud car. If it's a softer car, when I get in the 981, it's a little bit quieter than my race car that's kind of loud. I just feel kind of disconnected with the car. It would be nice. I know that the ear cups are removable, but I don't know after they're wired in if that's something you want to do or not. I'm definitely not going to mess with it. I have a tendency of breaking things. So it would be a nice workaround if you could add in some exterior sound as you preferred.
Well, there's an idea. I don't know if there's a way you could put a mic in and get it that way. But the whole idea behind getting it in the first place was that so I had one connection. One of the problems I ran into was my earphones would come unplugged for some reason. It would get pinched, it'd be under a belt, something like that. Turn my head, poop, it pops out. So I used to tape them. I used to duct tape them together to make sure they wouldn't come apart, but it's just such a hassle, you know. It's always something.
Tape them straight to your ears. I tape it onto my jacket, on my suit, and then tape my ears closed and still pull them out sometimes.
Well, I mean the connector part.
Oh, okay. Well, I would pull them out of my ears. Either putting on my helmet or getting in the car some kind of way. They would end up popping out from going into the ears.
Right. So these in-helmet communication systems they just kill all of that. They beat all of that. It's and it's a time saver too. And inevitably you find yourself having to suit up quickly for something. And that just really cuts down the time that it takes to put your helmet on.
And the mic is built into the helmet, so it's not like the mic is too low and it's picking up all the car noise for the team and they can't hear you, or vice versa. It's right in it. It really works. It's killer.
Pretty dynamite stuff.
But I'm with you. I would like to hear a little bit more of the car, especially in a little bit quieter car, especially if I've got a rev match and things like that.
So our Rosemar car, the Civic, is in the pits. Bill said he was going to try and pivot the camera one of these times they come in the pits, so that might happen this time, might not. I don't know. But they're in the pits doing their driver change, getting fuel in. And as they have come in for a break and a driver change, we're going to take a break for commercial, and we'll be right back. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a minute.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. and it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We got a car stopped off to the driver's left, getting picked up right now. Still have not had a full course caution out here at Thompson Motor Speedway. But there is a wrecker at the scene, and looks like another safety vehicle is there. And there's actually another one there we saw from the visceral camera at driver's right on another part of the racetrack. So we've got a couple cars being serviced right now.
They're doing hot pulls, so they've managed to take care of any situation today with a hot pull and not stop the whole course, or slow down the whole course, you know. Just slow down that local area, which is awesome.
Yeah, so I don't see much changing as far as the standings here, folks, right now. Up at the top, the gaps even though this track is smaller, the gaps have actually opened up quite a bit. Everything's at least 10 seconds out until you get down to like 17th spot with Boston Whiners in an EC car. You know, I mean, it's pretty interesting how the gaps have opened up so much on a smaller racetrack like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a handling racetrack, I would think. We do have a couple Corvettes out here this weekend, a couple D-class cars. Lots of Miatas. Like Bernie said, you can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata. Then we've got a Chevy S10 Extreme out here. We got an SVO Mustang. Porsche Boxster. Straight Pipe is supposed to be out here somewhere in that Mitsubishi Eclipse. I haven't run across them as I was looking through the standings. I'll have to see if I can find them out here. But I don't see them in the standings, so maybe they may not have started the race. Mostly Motorsports campaigning both a Camaro and an RX-7, but that RX-7 is wicked quick. 1990 RX-7.
Very wicked quick.
Now we're on board with the Z-Tech car. That camera did get straightened out for Rosemar Racing. Looking out the front of the car. Sometimes, I know Bill said he's going to face it out the back. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes each car is caged up differently, and sometimes you just can't put it where you want it. Sometimes we can't even put it in the car at all.
True.
We just have to pick a different car. Cage diameters are different from one car to another. There's a couple different bar diameters you can go with. Not all of our brackets fit all of the cages.
Yeah, everything doesn't work any of the time. Sometimes nothing works, right?
This guy just looks so laid back in that seat.
He does. He's like, it looks like he's in a recliner.
He's just, there you go.
Chillin'.
Kind of reminds me of Jay Leno when he was racing with us at Auto Club.
Yeah?
He's got this thing where he kind of tilts his head up and looks like he's looking through bifocals, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He does that naturally, even without... Maybe he's got... You know, you can have bifocal contacts. Maybe that's what he's doing. I don't know.
Yeah. If I laid back that much in the seat, I wouldn't be able to see over the steering wheel.
He's definitely chilling like a villain.
Yep. Is that the little S10 ahead? Looks like it's getting around the course pretty good. That's the other Boston Whiners vehicle, right? So their team cars back to back?
Sure.
I think. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yep.
Yep.
They got 3 cars. Yeah.
Oh, they have 3. Oh.
They have a couple 318 ISs, and then they got that Chevy Extreme, the S10. And it kind of looks like a side, what do they call that? Side step or step?
It says it's an S10 Extreme.
Yeah.
I don't know what this Extreme means. Not much of S10 girl, but...
So there's Bill's letting us know the 600 was black flag for passing under yellow, which is the Boxster.
Oops.
So they're in the pits right now serving that penalty. It's usually a 3-minute penalty for passing under caution. Don't ask me why I know that. I don't want to talk about it right now.
Well, and then they exponentially increase in time, right?
No sense of humor. Yeah. Yeah, if you keep doing it, you're in deep weeds. It's bad enough to do it once.
Starts off around 3 minutes, and then it goes to like maybe 5 minutes the second time your team does it. It doesn't matter as you as a driver. It's the team.
Well, that's why I like practice days, because you can send your driver out there and you can give them an assignment. So I want you, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to test your vision. We're going to test the radios. So when you go out there, I want you to call off each corner that you go into, but you don't call off the corner to me until you have eyes on the flag station. So you start creating that muscle memory of looking at the flag station at least peripheral to see what, if it's clear.
Right. I do that with students too. I'm like, I want you to point or say where you see the station as soon as you can see it, so I can tell when they can start, when they're actually bringing it into, into their vision, whether it's as soon as it's actually visible or way later. So you can kind of judge how far ahead they're looking.
Yeah, Bill said, I tried to get that camera facing backwards, but to do it, the clamp would have to be reset, and I just ran out of time. You got a finite amount of time. You can't be in there messing with the camera when they're in the middle of fueling. You're not fully suited. You don't belong in there, so you got to wait until they're basically done. You only have a few seconds to get in there and fiddle with it.
Right, and you can't hold them up from getting back out on the course when they're done with their stop. So
narrow-minded, no sense of humor.
As least invasive as possible.
Right. Here's Visceral, your leader. He said I could, but then they will beat on me. You're slowing us down.
Just make sure you get it on tape there.
I keep looking back at our YouTube channel to see if there's anybody that's commenting anything. And the last thing was when Bernie said, yeah, you can make donuts for 12 cents. It just shows how riveting our conversation is. That's good. It's funny.
Nobody wants to talk to us
It's the last
today,
time anybody said anything.
They're probably working on their cars. That's probably what it is. They've got their hands full with cars and stuff.
Please like and subscribe to the Champ Car channel. We appreciate the likes. It helps us with our algorithm. And the subscription, if you ring the bell next to the subscribe, you'll get notified whenever we go live. And I know you want that. So thanks for joining us here on ChampCar.Live. It's presented by AutoZone. AutoZone's a supporter of the show, so we appreciate them.
Yeah,
hope you'll go out
AutoZone.
Patron their place, their place of business. It's a great place to go work. Go get things done.
Support our sponsors, please.
You can find out what's wrong with your car using the AutoZone Troubleshooting Guide. All you need to know is what the problem feels like, looks like, smells like, or sounds like. Go to AutoZone.com and choose the troubleshooting sections on the main web page. Changing out your headlights is easy as well. It's never been easier to learn how to switch out your bulbs. Check out the AutoZone video step-by-step instructions at AutoZone.com. Yeah, they've got a great rewards program too, because I buy almost all of my stuff from AutoZone. Got a nice place right down the street. Got a lot of AutoZone hubs here. We got one main hub in Fort Wayne, and then we got a lot of stores throughout Fort Wayne. So
nice.
Even if I'm working on the other side of town doing something, I can swing by one of their stores and pick up whatever I need. The Loan-A-Tool program is incredible. I get a lot of the special tools. Right now I'm doing some work on my wife's 2007 H3 Hummer, and there's some special tools you need. And they've got that stuff, and it's just so helpful.
Well, then you don't have to go out and buy every tool that you might only need once, right?
Yeah.
You can borrow that, do what you need, and give it back.
Yeah, I mean, I got to take the clutch. I had to take the clutch fan apart, spin that mechanism off of the water pump to change the water pump. And it takes two tools, and just one of them is $87. I don't want to buy that. I'm never going to use it again.
Right.
This thing is almost done. I mean, it's a 2007. I just want to refresh everything and get it, get another couple of years, maybe another year or two out of it, and then we're going to sell it. But I don't want to buy all that stuff.
Yeah, we need to talk her into getting something that has a decent towing capacity.
Yeah. Well,
she's gonna be like, what? No.
Yeah, we kind of did that the first time. I just wanted to have something that's easy for her to get in and out of.
Absolutely.
Something she's really gonna like.
My priorities are all screwed up anyway, so she probably knows better than listen to me or you, huh?
Well, it's not a bad idea, but yeah. She really loved that thing.
Cayenne. She needs a Cayenne.
Yeah.
She'll love it.
Yeah. It's a possibility. It's not off the table.
Those first gen Cayennes are pretty cheap actually these days, and they seem to last forever.
Yeah.
Mine has almost 200,000 miles on it, and I just started kind of looking around to see what else was out there if I decided to, get a new one or one new to me, and already had somebody heard that I was looking, and instead of saying, "Oh, well, there's this over here," which was kind of what I was hoping, they were like, "Oh, if you're going to sell yours, let me know."
Yeah.
So we're seeing, we just had another car get pushed down pit lane. 702 ran out of fuel. That's like the second car within about 15 minutes that we've had to have pushed down pit lane for running out of fuel.
Maybe people are using more fuel than they anticipated.
Gregory's asked if there's a list of teams and drivers online. Not really. We don't have anything that we're publishing to the web or anything you can get your hands on that shows the drivers. You can see the list of teams at race-monitor.com just by looking at the standings. But we don't broadcast or publish. We don't publish that information to the web.
But if you're looking for a particular team, we probably can point you in the right direction. Or trying to figure out who's driving with who, I might be able to find that.
Yeah, we just want to be careful we're not violating anybody's privacy somehow.
Right.
Like, we're not going to hand you email addresses or things like that. That stuff's
no. Actually, I prefer to only say who's driving with who as the teams give me info that they're good to share.
All right, 59 being pushed down pit lane for out of fuel. Visceral guys jump over the wall to help give that car a push down pit lane.
Good job, guys. And because they work for Visceral, they have a lot of practice pushing cars.
It is a 944.
It's a 944.
Hey now.
What? No, they do.
We don't make fun of people pushing cars.
They have to.
It happens.
This is the
part of racing sometimes, especially
Bill.
if you're racing a 944.
The worst time I ever had pushing a car was my own car, trying to help push start it. My driver really didn't know how to push start a car or how to jump start a car being a driver, and we were pushing it uphill at or is it downhill? I don't know. It wasn't easy, whatever it was. That was not fun. I wasn't happy as we were down. We were pitted at pit end, and we didn't get it started till almost pit out. And I know everybody was laughing down pit lane as a big fat guy pushing the car.
The guy inside the car was just not really interested in popping the clutch. He just wanted to see how far you could push it.
Yeah, he just wanted to kill me is what it was.
Let's just see how far Bill could push it.
Oh, goodness. Put in third and pop the clutch.
And 702 is actually being pushed to the garage now, and they may have ran that car so dry that it toasted the fuel pump too.
Yeah, that's one of the Rosemar entries, one of their Miatas.
Oh.
So the 702 car getting pushed back. Fuel pumps don't like being dry for a long period of time.
They do not.
We have a camera in that. We don't have a camera in that car, do we?
Not that one. The only, in fact, Coco's actually back on the track. That was the only car we had a camera in that was stranded. So they've gotten that hub replaced, found their wheel, or chose a different one, and they're back out on the racetrack.
Awesome.
Well done, guys.
So it's got a little hotter outside. It seems a little hotter. Still a good breeze out there. Big overcast clouds now, and sorry it's so loud in here, but
yeah, Bill's up there. It sounds like with Dana and race control, so they're calling the race right now. Officiating the race while we're trying to broadcast at the same time. So we try to stay out of their way.
It's usually a good idea.
They're kind of important.
Yeah.
we don't really have a choice. He'll yell at me.
Yeah. We're still trying to get you punched out, Bill. But
like, you're just the event director. You're not the boss of me. And then he pulls out that CEO card.
Actually, I am. Yeah.
They always pull out that CEO card. I hate it.
You should probably just start with hitting you and then go from there.
Yeah. Dana won't hit me. The Coast Guard isn't violent.
Dang, I had my money on Dana.
The Coast Guard isn't violent. You want to find out how violent I can be?
I guarantee he'll
keep pushing.
Yeah, Bill's going to be the one to find that line.
Like, sir, is that a beer in your hand while you're driving your boat? You know, that's what they do.
Oh.
For me, you're in trouble.
Yeah, see? They just, they're pretty nice people, those Coast Guard people.
They're from Canada. They just come down here to serve.
Yeah, Canada, eh? Protecting us from
Whoa.
Canada.
Things getting a little tight here for Visceral Racing Group, trying to find a hole with a Corvette and another competitor on the left. The Corvette starts to center up here as Visceral dives around the outside, looking for a way through. Leaves a lane just in case for the Corvette to get through if he decides to shoot down the inside.
Race control is making note of that. It's like every time they come down the front straightaway, they're in a group of cars and they get themselves into those positions. So it's one of those things like, do I wait?
Yeah. Or do you risk it and get into a tangle going into the corner? That's something that Randy and I talked about in our interview. So I hope you guys will take a few minutes to watch that video when it does finally publish to the web.
I will put it on like YouTube and then also post it to like the Champ Car Garage, probably, right?
Yeah, it's good not only for the new drivers, but especially for the seasoned drivers as well, because we get a lot of guys that come into the series from other series that know their cars really, really well, and they can drive it. They can drive more aggressively than the other drivers. We have a wide breadth of experience in Champ Car.
Absolutely.
So,
being an amateur series and all.
And what we find out is sometimes some of those faster drivers can actually, we have to kind of reel them in a little bit because they can actually get themselves into trouble. So
well, I mean, it's if you've got 10 years of experience doing Champ Car, right? It's easy to kind of forget that somebody else, it might be their first race. So it's kind of something to keep in mind since we are an amateur series, right?
Absolutely. Another rear brake lockup for Visceral, trying to outbrake, going into the corner on the outside around a Miata. That back end starts to slip out. Lets off the brakes to get those wheels to start rolling again, gathers it up. But yeah, we talked about, Randy's done those talks many times. He has a really good routine that he goes through. It's very thorough. So if you listen to it carefully, he hits the points and just does a really great job. And it all comes down to coming up with a standard that we can all abide by, that we may not always agree, but we all need to abide by a standard. And that's how we're going to keep ourselves out of trouble out there.
Okay, we're getting
absolutely.
We're getting reports that there's a lot of debris, large pieces of plastic outside drivers left of turn 4. They're discussing what they're going to do about it, but they're just finding all kinds of big pieces of plastic, and they're afraid some guys are going to hit that and skid off into the wall. So they're talking. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. So what you were saying about, us all being on the same page kind of thing, which you hear a lot of drivers, give other drivers advice of be predictable. When you're being passed and passing, be predictable. But if we're not all working on the same set of expectations and understanding what one driver's idea of predictable and another driver's idea could be considerably different, and then they unfortunately meet in the middle of the turn. So us all being on the same page about those expectations and when and where can really cut down on some of that sometimes.
Well, it's pretty clear in the case of a lot of accidents, crashes between cars, that those two drivers are not on the same page.
Right.
You'll hear two guys Well, you came down on me and you hit me. Well, I never even, saw you were there. And so, it was my corner. And so that's the problem we run into, is that without a standard that we all abide by, you get two guys with different expectations, like you said, going into a corner, and that's when you get into a tangle. That's when bad things happen. People get hit.
All right, guys. Safety is headed out to turn 4, so let your teams know, hey, there's those guys are on track. Take it easy around them.
Some debris at turn 4.
The debris in turn 4.
Debris. Never understood why they spelled it that way. What is it, French? Debris? Whew, that was close. Lots of heavy braking here.
Language,
We're under caution in that corner, and Miata checked up. In Champ Car, it's all line of sight, trying to take it easy around that safety vehicle there.
Yeah, there's the cleanup going on.
Just crawling around the corner there. I mean, it's actually dangerous to go that slow, because you can
safety worker out there.
Definitely got to go slow around them.
Careful, yeah. But you don't want to check up so much that
the guy coming around the corner at 70 miles an hour suddenly sees a pile of cars doing 10.
Right. I always say, when you see a red flag, the first thing you want to do is kind of lift off the throttle and look in your rearview mirror.
So
see if the guy behind you saw it.
All right, so Visceral finding their way around here.
But you never want to just jam those brakes and not look and see who's behind you, because that could end badly for everyone.
Right. What they're really trying to do, if you listen to the drivers' meetings, they want a lane opened up on the track so that the emergency crews can roll out there, can get through. So they don't want you stopping willy-nilly anywhere on the track. They want you off to the one side or the other, so the crews can get going.
Probably the opposite of where the safety crew is.
Well, yeah, if you happen to be in that spot, yeah.
If you can.
Yeah, you would want to be opposite of the incident.
What gets a little more hairy is when the incident is in kind of a blind entrance. You can't quite see what side of the track it's on until you get super close. But usually you're going to be on course. They're going to follow that safety vehicle or that incident with a yellow and maybe a white as well prior to that turn. Maybe even 2 prior if it's in a real bad spot.
So we had an emergency vehicle on the track and a track worker out there picking up some of the debris on the racetrack in one of the corners.
Yeah, they just completed. They got the special racetrack Hoover out there and cleaned it all up, and now they're back in line.
So Visceral Racing Group leads the race over mostly motorsports. Then you've got Misco Motorsports in the 77 yellow Miata, and Fuse 15 in 4th, because we've got an EC car there in 3rd spot on the standings. And then you've got Haywood Racing in their Miata, a BMW of Fast Hog Racing in 6th. Warrior Racing is 7th. Bentover Racing 8th. MBM Racing in 9th. And Legacy Autosports in their Miata, shown in 10th place unofficially. On board with the Coco Brothers Miata. They were behind the wall for quite a while there. At least an hour, maybe an hour and a half, to fix hub damage. Replace that hub. And fracturing hubs on a Miata is kind of a thing. So it's good to stay off the curbs and repack those wheel bearings after every race.
And they're it breaks at the flange itself. They kind of have the same issues with the Toyota, some of the Toyotas too.
Yeah.
Just it's a weak flange, not designed for the type of the sticky tires we're using and doing the G-forces that we're exceeding on these cars with all the aero and all that stuff. And then bottoming it, a lot of guys run not a lot of travel on their shocks, so you'll get some bottoming too, and that probably doesn't help. Wait a sec.
Wait a sec.
Sorry, I was going to go somewhere and then I decided not to go there.
Probably a good idea when that kicks in.
Was that Bill Strong exercising discretion?
Restraint? I love it.
What has happened to us?
Maybe all those HR meetings have worked.
I am maturing.
Well, everybody has their time.
All right, speaking of time, it's the top of the hour. We're going to take a break for commercial, and we'll be back in just a few to acknowledge our sponsors. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Visceral Racing Group is your leader. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
That's it.
We did it.
You did it.
You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Thompson 12 here, Enduro. I'm seeing Haywood Racing in the pits right now, and so is Visceral. And kind of, let's see, they would have pitted at 10 o'clock, and so they're right on the schedule, I suppose, pitting at the top of the hour. But I'm not seeing anybody around the car, and I'm not seeing anybody inside the car. Nope, I take that back. I do see somebody in the rearview mirror, so I guess there is somebody in there. It doesn't look like there's a lot of urgency going on there, so probably just a standard pit stop for those guys. In fact, they're looks like the driver's about ready to roll out. They're walking around with water bottles around the Porsche 944. Not sure what that's all about. They don't look to be in a hurry, but they keep walking back and forth around the front of the car to the driver area. It's like they're waving them on. Probably just check the clock.
Yeah, they were just Ron. That was Ron's son working on the car. Ron is in the car now, and they just did a standard stop. They had plenty of time to get it done, and they put fuel in the car this time and sending him back out. And he is now rolling down to pit out.
Sweet. And we got a camera inside the MBM Racing
The 294 just completed their pit stop as well, and they're headed to pit out.
Yeah, we're right at that 4-hour mark where everybody that stopped on the 2-hour mark is going to need to have come in and done that. Swap out the drivers.
MBM Engineering is the name of the team.
Oh, MBM. I thought you said NBM. N's and M's, they sound alike. Dylan says, how's everyone's weekend going so far? Hopefully good. He says he'll be in and out of the chat today trying to figure his truck out. So, a little work on the truck.
Sounds like.
It sounds like it has some sort of ignition issues with the pickup. Don't know what, but sometimes it sounds good, sometimes not. So 663 is going pretty slow along the front straightaway here.
That's Haywood. It's a Haywood racing car.
Yeah, we got a camera in that car
It's
somewhere.
slow. It's not real slow, but it was slower than what it's been doing for a while. So I don't know what's up with that. They just changed drivers, so maybe the guy is still getting accustomed to the car and the track and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, Bill. Something's wrong. We've got significant misfire.
You put a guy in and you send it. Isn't that the way you do it nowadays?
Yeah, there's something wrong with that. It's not sounding too good.
Doesn't sound good.
No. It's gotten really loud and unhealthy.
And when we do have our sound in force this weekend, we have sound, the guy taking sound at the sound house, 96 dB is the max. Anything over that, the race director is notified.
Well, I think their car's going to get a lot quieter here in a minute.
Oops.
So I think he's trying to burn up an engine. I think he's trying to burn out a piston right now. Phew. It's painful to listen to.
Okay, the flagger's reporting that it's water.
It looks like he's just trying to get back to the pits. But, you know, when you're running an engine really lean, you could do a lot of damage to it, not realizing that's what you're doing, just trying to get back to the pits. Sometimes it's better to just pull it off the track,
and turn it off.
let them tug you in, get to the pits so you can get your mechanic to really look at it and make sure you're not doing more damage by just trying to bring it back in.
That red Miata we just talked about coming down the front straightaway has a hard time getting that car going. It's really loud too. Yeah, 663. So they're looking under the back of that car right now at the exhaust, the Haywood family racing.
Yeah,
we see them pulling in.
They want to look under the hood, so.
Yeah. It's not pretty.
Turn it off there.
So they'll work on that and figure out what's going down one way or another.
Unhappy.
It is not happy.
An unhappy Miata.
Have we quit using Race Hero? No, we have not quit using Race Hero, Cheryl, but sometimes
they quit using us, though.
No. So sometimes we can't get it to motivate and work the way we want it to.
Race Hero, for some reason, doesn't want to work properly when we have a low bandwidth Wi-Fi setup. And unfortunately, that's what we have up here this weekend. And we choose, when it's low bandwidth like that, Race Hero can actually cause our timing and scoring stuff to act weird. So we choose not to have that happen. And we only use Race Monitor. So they just work in different ways, and we really don't want to affect the timing and scoring. So that's why. Sorry.
All good?
All good.
Yeah. We have one. As long as we have one, you know.
Yeah. We're showing Visceral Racing Group leading the race over Mostly Motorsports unofficially. Then it's Misco Motorsports. The gaps by several laps. Now there's a 16-second gap from Warrior to Fast Hog, but Fast Hog's an EC car, so it doesn't really apply. An 18-second gap from MBM to Legacy Autosport in 9th place. But we've got cars with 10-lap gaps in here. We've got a 4-second gap from Race Car Experience up to Haywood Racing, who I believe that's the car in the pits right now. Yep. So they're looking at that. So because we have this shorter racetrack, that's part of the reason we're seeing these lap gaps that are going on.
Mm-hmm. So Cheryl asking about Race Hero was saying it's easier to see the classes. Yes, but if you're using the Race Monitor, the app on a phone or a tablet, you can click one of the sidebars over there. Probably might know the real words that those are called. I think there's like 4 lines in a row, little box, and it switches it over to being scored by classes instead. So you can kind of switch between overall and classes on the app, super easy. So if you have that versus the web version, it'll do that. I don't think the web version does that though. Just FYI on that.
Yeah. So we understand that. We understand that the Race Hero is a little bit easier to use. That's part of the reason why we do the show, is to try to bring more information to you than what you can find on your own. And we hope you find value in that. And if you do, please like and subscribe to the channel. and we would appreciate that.
Or bring a spear to the track. Either way.
Did I tell you about the time we were doing lunches during one of the races that we were broadcasting, and Andrea, I said something about I don't have lunch, and so she offered to have lunch delivered to my house here in my studio.
Oh, awesome.
To get me fed. It was great. It's like, no, I would feel terrible. Don't do that. I will come up with something here.
Figure something out.
Yes, I can manage.
We have a lovely wife too that likes to take good care of you. So if she's around, you're probably in good hands.
Yeah, in fact, she's picking me up some sliders over at Arby's right now.
See, what a good wife.
Yeah, she's all over it. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna have to give her an extra good hug.
Yeah. Yeah, we're having it's a tough it's been a tough day.
Yeah.
We lost a good friend this morning, and it's hard.
We've had a lot of losses over the last year.
Yep. We lost Robin Miller just a few days ago, who's a very well-known broadcast journalist.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we
That's
lost
the one
Doc
that was the
Walbrook.
voice of. Okay, no, I'm mixing them up. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh. Bob Jenkins.
That's the one that was the voice of Indianapolis, right?
He did a lot of Indianapolis. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Doc Waldrop, who we all know and love, and that one really, really hurt.
Our bestest buddy.
Yep. Got a car very slow on the right there. I don't know if he was trying to get out of the pits, but wow. Just crawling out of the pits, it looked like. I'm not sure if he stopped at pit out or he's just barely moving.
So Ron is in the visceral car now. Anybody?
That's what Bill told us.
Oh, I don't listen to Bill. At least that's what they taught me on my first day of training. Isn't that the way it's supposed to go?
The first rule of working with ChampCar.Live is not to listen to Bill.
I think that's in writing somewhere.
Oh boy.
Good thing Bill has a good sense of humor. On most days, he's had much sugar. I usually try to bribe him with jelly bells. So when we were talking about passing earlier, Ray Frank, one of our tech guys, sent me a message, and he's talking about how Champ Car compares to other racing series that some of our drivers, who are less amateur, have been driving. So the drivers that are coming to Champ Car from some of the spec series, it's a different kind of racing. We have a couple of classes. They're all competing for the same overall win, but the speed differential can be huge on course. And sometimes you're new drivers, or sometimes you're more seasoned drivers that are more accustomed to, a spec series type race, are used to the cars being more similar in performance and aren't expecting. They look behind them, there's nobody to be seen, and then they get to the next turn and somebody's all over them. They're not expecting that huge speed differential that is present in some of our races. So that can catch a few people out sometimes. Something to keep in mind. But some of those really fast cars, the ones that are really quick, often use more fuel, so they have to stop more frequently. So it kind of, self-regulates it out to make them similar. So they pass you on track, but then you pass them while they're in the pits getting fuel again. So.
Right. I mean, the whole structure of the series, points-wise, strategy-wise, the whole thing is designed to develop parity, to try and get your cars, kind of close together, competitive with one another by the end of the race. And you see it again and again and again in standings. You see an A-class car and a B-class car and a C-class car and a D-class car, and they're all like right up at the front. You don't always see, it's all C-class cars. The top 15 cars are all C-class.
Right.
You don't really see that, so there's always tweaking and adjusting of the the point systems to try and continue to
level the playing field.
That out. Yeah, but
different than a spec series that tries to level the playing field by giving everybody a very similar car. We level the playing field with the points. So sometimes we'll have some considerable speed differentials on course too, and we offer, you can register a car or rent a seat, and as long as you have a driver's license, and come out and do your first Champ Car race. So we allow amateurs to come in who've never road raced before and get started. So you have some differences in backgrounds, as we don't do like a school or a rookie series or things like that.
Yeah, I think we have something like 12 new drivers that have never raced wheel to wheel before here this weekend. So
Isn't that awesome?
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
12 new inductees to this crack sport.
Yep.
Oh, if you love it, it'll just, there's nothing else like it.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, that you'll enjoy it and have a great time with us, and of course keep coming back.
And we race in all kinds of different conditions and courses, and there's all kinds of different cars out there, and so it really provides a sport that you can always continue to be better at, to work on, different things as far as like whether it's your engineering abilities or your driving in the rain abilities or trying out a new course or a different car. There's always something to work on to improve your driving, or lots of some things in some of our cases, but we're all not pros like Polly, But it can be, something very thrilling and gives you lots of room to make improvements and try different things out. It was Champ Car the first time I ever drove on a banked course. I've been driving for quite some time, doing a lot of road track driving, but I'd never driven on a banked course. That never happened until I drove Daytona.
Yeah.
A very banked course.
It's wild.
And there's nothing like the first time you hit that and the car just seems to go parallel with gravity. That's a different feeling. Cool as crap, but totally different.
Totally different, yeah. It's very, very odd. You're actually looking out the top of the windshield to the left to see up the track on that 34-degree banking, and the faster you go, the more G-load you feel pushing you down into the seat. Continually pushing down on you. It's really just a really different feeling. So if you don't have much oval experience, then that's part of that.
Yeah, I had awakening. At that point in time when I started that race, I had zero oval experience.
Yeah.
And then it started raining, and I was like, NASCAR doesn't drive in rain, but Champ Car does. Like, can we stick up here if it's raining? Like, are we going to slide off? I don't know.
Yeah, Timothy, I've talked to Champ Car about Grattan, and they don't have a bridge. They don't have a way to get across the track. And I don't think they have a pit lane, which hasn't stopped us before, but believe me, they look at all this tracks. There's opportunities out there. They'll find a way.
Yeah.
Grattan's an awesome racetrack.
And Timothy says he's, still in awe of the drivers, considering the differences in experience and how well they do kind of overall. Yes, we have our incidents like all racing does, but, I think our drivers do a really good job most of the time, and, keeping it on the course. And
it really is.
Racing.
It really is a testament to the drivers. You look at a place like Nelson Ledges, where I think we did a 24. We did like 900 laps out there. I mean, there's bound to be some contact when you put 60 cars on the track, but it's not a melee. It's not a disaster. I think what we found, contrary to some people's beliefs who haven't, watched these races, because we broadcast most of them. And if you want to see what the racing's like, just tune in and watch. It's all on YouTube. You can see all the races. Contrary to much belief, you'd think that the new drivers would be the problem, but actually, they're pretty careful. They do a great job watching their mirrors, and they're careful. It's some of the more experienced drivers that come in from other series, maybe that can be super aggressive, and they're used to being super aggressive. That's where we have a little bit of trouble, more often than not.
Right.
So they're welcome to come into the series, but sometimes, Tiffany, we have to wheel them back just a little bit. Say, hey, you're super aggressive out there. We really can't have that.
Right.
So you need to back it up a notch or two, and then you'll be good.
And kind of think about what endurance racing is, as far as like not a 90-minute enduro that some of the other clubs might run, but a 12-hour enduro. The car has to last, and it's not going to last if you're having contact and running off the course and you're just, beating the snot out of the car. It's not going to make it the whole race. So you have to pick your battles, so to speak. And self-preservation is good, especially for newbie drivers, and actually quite many of our drivers. They're just their own sense of self-preservation keeps them out of quite a bit of trouble.
Any information on Fuse? Yeah. So, first off, before I give you this, you said I'm having a little trouble following with the laps and all of that. You can go out to the web, go to racemonitor.com. It's race-monitor.com. So it's a race, the word race hyphen and monitor.com, and then scroll through the list of live road races for the Thompson 12 hour. The Thompson 12 hour. So now that way you can follow this on your own. You don't have to wait for us to say something, but they are shown. Let me just blow this out and make sure I get the EC cars pulled out. 1, 2. Okay, so they're shown in 5th place overall. It's Fuse 15. Okay. The number 524. Their turning lap time, they just turned to 124.9. That's a good lap time. They're tracking well against Warrior Racing. They're showing a lap down from Warrior, who's in 6th, in 4th. Sorry to be so confusing. There's a couple EC cars up ahead, the Fast Hog Racing team and the SNL team.
So we're going to pull those out, and then.
Yeah. So that's the story. I don't have any other information on them. But that's where they're at right now. They've been done really well. They've turned 173 laps. They just crossed the start-finish line. That last lap was a little bit slower, 129.1. Their fastest lap time of 124.9. So they must have just set their FTD a couple of laps back.
On lap 42.
So okay, so they're being tracked by Bent Over Racing, who's turning significantly slower lap times. So Fuse must have passed them recently, and they've gapped them, and they're continuing to gap them. So they're continuing to get away. So they're really just looking forward, looking to see.
And Fast Hog is really off the pace. So Warrior Racing just passed them And Fuse 15 will be on the charge for that car next.
Yeah, but that's an EC
They're
car.
EC, so it doesn't matter as far as the overall standing, but it's still fun to pass somebody.
It is. It is. Boston Winers are in the pits right now. This is the 306 car, the 318 IS, as in sport. 1991 BMW. So that's an update there on the Fuse team. So standings right now that I have unofficially is Visceral's leading over Mostly Motorsports by about 3 laps. Then I've got Misco Motorsport behind them by about a lap. Then it's Warrior Racing back 2 laps from them. Then Fuse 15. Then we've got Benover Racing, Legacy Autosports, MBM Engineering. We've got Millhawk Racing in their Honda Civic. Excuse me. Star T Racing is behind them in a Miata. Then it's Rosemar in the number 701 green Miata. Valkyrie Racing is behind them. Tweed Motorsport is behind them in 15th. We've got Boston Winers in their A-Class 318 IS. The Honor team behind them. Behind Honor, it's Ram Racing, Haywood Racing, Legacy Autosport, Z-Tech, Little Rhinoceros. Falkensteiner in their Civic is back in about 21st. Behind them, it's Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Victor Motorsports, Hammerheads, Boston Winers in the D-Class S10. Then we've got another Rosemar car, this one the 702 red Miata. Then their sister car, number 600, that's the Porsche Boxster. Then behind them in about 38th spot, we've got a few loose screws, another Rosemar car, the 770 blue and red Miata. Then we've got Payne West, Plus One Racing in their Corolla, back in about 30th spot. Then it's Coco Brothers. Remember, that was the team that was in the paddock for a while, working on that broken hub. Then it's All Roads Racing. MLC Racing is behind them in the Corvette. Rhinoceros Racing, Rensport. And that rounds out all of the cars that have turned laps so far today. And we surpassed the bottom of the hour, so we're going to break for a commercial, and we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live. I don't know if you saw it in the picture-in-picture, but Boston Weiner's going for quite a ride out there, losing control of that BMW, is now bringing it into the pits here. The driver was looking down into the footwell quite a bit there. Not sure if he broke a brake pedal or what was going on there, but the driver trying to get into position here. Maybe we can listen in and hear what the story is.
We're going to push it back.
So it might be a throttle. Might be a broken throttle lever or something.
I'll go around.
Looks like he overshot his pit stall there. Something not right with the throttle lever or cable or something, but they're not happy with it. They want to fix it before they send them out there like that. Of course, it's really hard to reach. The steering wheel's right in the way.
Oh, okay. Not one of those detachable ones, huh?
It looks like it's where it pivots on the floor. It might have broken away or something. It could be during that accident. You know, he lost control of the car, slid off the track. You're bouncing through the grass and everything.
Knocks everything loose.
Hey, man, so can you hear me at all? No. Okay.
All right, so they're going to work that out. Looks like they're going to send him out. Oops, sorry about that.
We got reports of car number 263 stopped, driver's right at T9, trying to restart the car.
All right. We don't see anything on the cameras. But we'll keep an eye out for him. Maybe we can get an idea here as we go on board with our leader.
And that S10 pickup truck just came down the front straight, making those same weird noises it was making earlier today.
Like it's got 3 cylinders?
Yeah.
A
lot of popping.
That's a D-class car, so it should have more than 3 cylinders firing. It's just my
Okay, they're going to send out the safety
professional
cars to
opinion.
turn 9 to pick up that stalled car.
There you can see the car off, way off to the right there.
couldn't really make out what that was.
It was black, but we don't
Okay.
have Doc to tell us what that would be then.
It's the car number's 263.
That's Legacy's, Legacy Autosports Miata then.
Okay.
I was like, it's going to be a Miata or a BMW, right? Like, that's that's from, okay.
You're just picking the two, yeah.
Most prevalent,
Most
yeah.
thickly traded, most thickly populated cars in the in the show. It's got to be one of these two. So Boston Whiners popped the. It looked like they just popped the throttle pedal pivot back into place on the floorboard and sent him out there. I did. So. Not too worried about it. That would make sense why he was able to use it. He said, I can use it the way it is. But they got that pop back in there, and fresh driver in the car. Out for about another 2 hours of racing in that machine. Not much changed here in the standings, so we're just keeping an eye on things with Visceral Racing Group leading the field by about 4 laps right now over Mostly Motorsports is the name of the team. They have a Mazda RX-7, and they have they've had some good races here in the past. They finished 3rd back in 2020, and then in 2019 they finished 2nd to Visceral Racing Group. So this is kind of looking like more of the same for those guys. Can't believe I'm behind Visceral again at this race. There we have an emergency vehicle moving at the exit of the oval onto the road course. Look at 11B here. As the cars kind of come down from an incline onto the racetrack. This little straight section here. That takes you onto the front straightaway, as you can see, which isn't exactly straight, but it's kind of straight. Does that count?
Ish. Yeah, I think that's the only straight. That's the only thing that even resembles a straightaway. So.
There's a lot of opportunities to go racing a Champ Car, so if you're kind of on the fence and you're not real sure, what we always recommend is you come out and work a race with us. You can sign up to volunteer right on the ChampCar.org website. The schedule is there, and so is the sign-up forms to volunteer. You'll get paid, you'll get lunch, and you'll learn a lot that way. So it's a great way to dip your toe in the water, so to speak, get to know what the club is about, how it operates, and so to get an opportunity to come out and go racing with us.
It's a great opportunity to hang around some really cool people.
And some people just really enjoy the working part of it more, and so they come out to work the races, and that's what they enjoy doing.
And if you're wanting to drive, then that helps you learn about the rules and kind of how things work, and maybe you can skip a few oopsies in the beginning because you already learned what not to do. Every organization has its own little nuances or cultural things, so sometimes it's kind of good to get a feel for that.
So what we're going to do, just giving you a fair warning here, folks, those of you who are watching or listening in, we're going to close down this stream at the top of the hour and switch over to part 2, which will carry us out to the end of the race at 8 o'clock tonight.
Does that mean we're close to the halfway mark?
No, not really. Well, not really. That would be, let's see, we started at 8, so the halfway mark would be 2.
Okay, no, we still got a whole hour before that. Okay.
Yeah, we got another hour, so we're getting there.
We're getting there.
So I did put links out on the ChampCar.Live Facebook page. They're on our ChampCar.Live YouTube channel. So if you just type in ChampCar.Live, it'll take you there. You'll find the link also in the Champ Car Garage. I'll try to post a link here in the feed, although it doesn't like web links very much. I'll try to do that because I'm very trying. At least that's what Doc always told me. I don't know.
Just kidding.
Yeah, he was just kidding. Let's see, 1, 2. Let's see if that'll go through. Yeah, it took it. Okay, so that's the web link for the part 2 of this race that we're going to be going to here at the break.
Awesome. And if you hit that subscribed and ring the bell, it'll kind of bink your phone, and if your YouTube's attached to your phone, it'll give you a notification that we're going live because it's a new stream, and then you can just click on that and it takes you right to the fresh one too. So that's an easy way to do it.
Yeah, if you ring that bell, you'll get that instant, somewhat instant notification when we go live.
Mm-hmm.
Supposed to anyway. Allegedly. Supposedly.
Plans and mice and men and other things, but
Visceral having a pretty good race of it. They did have a spin a little bit earlier in the race, but no contact. They've had some issues with the rear brakes locking up, but they were having that problem at Gingerman a couple weeks ago too. It's causes the car to get really crossed up, trying to outbrake anybody going into the corners, so they have to be super careful of that. The car owner's in the car right now and doing a really solid job. Again, this is the team that won this race in 2019. Had some mechanical issues last year, wasn't able to finish well. This year, maybe a different story. Right now, they're looking real good. The best lap time's a 1:22. Now that's considerably quicker than what they had done the previous years. So let's see, their fastest lap time was a 1:23.4.
That's getting it done.
So turning a 1:22.9, not bad. Maybe not considerably faster, but quicker.
So Jeremy over on our YouTube feed is asking, any word on when Champ Car will go to the new track in Missouri? And is that the track, is that the Ozarks? Or is that a different track?
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Okay.
But if you're talking about the Ozark track, all that stuff will get announced. We do our announcements for the schedule pretty soon here, Tiffany, isn't it?
Yes.
Another month or so.
So normally the way it works is whoever had the event the past year gets first dibs on that day of the, that weekend the following year. So but nothing is nailed down until contracts are signed. So once we have all those contracts signed and we know exactly where we're going to be and nobody's going to change things on us, go ahead and get that out.
I know.
Yep. Oh, that's Bill. That's Bill raising his hand. I know. So do I, Bill.
So he said yes, the Ozarks. Okay, that's what I thought. So I know we've been there and visited and are in talks with that track about getting something going on. So I think you'll see something soon come out, but we don't have anything official yet.
No, nothing's official. We'll announce it on the date that we usually announce our races.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once it's official.
Yep. And then I think we said the week before Thanksgiving we'll open up.
Try to get that schedule published for 2022.
Yeah, the races will open up. I think we said it's either December 1st or before Thanksgiving. I forget exactly how we were going to do it.
When are we putting the schedule out? Do you have a different date for that?
September or October 1st for schedule, right, Dana? Oh wait, he's working.
Imagine that.
I think it's October 1st.
It's coming soon. As soon as we can get them all, squared away.
Stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned.
Yeah, they got an incident they're looking at right now. Yeah, well, it'll be soon. It says it up on our website too for the important dates on the board side.
Yeah, I've got it here.
But look, actually,
I could look it up. But even if we get those contracts signed and everything's arranged ahead of time,
it's not necessarily how it works, but it's we're still working on we work on we try and get our dates when we go to the tracks. So there's still a few tracks we haven't gone to yet that we have to get some dates for.
Right. But as those start getting solidified.
Yeah, we've already decided who was going to do what race this year. For the event directors, we had our meeting last week after we visited the Ozarks. Let's see, new event schedule is due October 1st. So that's when that goes live.
That'll be coming out within the next month.
And we have an election coming up. We're looking at board seat nomination September 30th. That opens, so
got a couple of people.
I think Sunday night I've got that built on the website. It's just a matter of starting putting the links out. But on September 1st, or September 30th, September 30th, the seat nominations are due, and we will, I think September 1st is when I put up to do the seat nominations. I don't have that on the list here. So we got the new BCCR for next year should be up somewhere around the 1st. I know that Chris is working pretty heavily with that. Once they hand it over to me, I'll put it up on the web. I already got a placeholder for it built. And And now we just wait for the board to get it over to us.
Working diligently on that.
Huh?
Your audio's quiet again, Tiffany.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Might need to sign out and sign back in or something. I don't know.
Will do.
Okay. All right, folks, so here's what we're going to do. I need to run a credit run, and then we're going to drop the feed. We'll pick up at part 2. I left a link right here in the chat that'll take you right over to part 2, and we're going to pick up our live coverage from there. So I hope to see you here in just a couple minutes, folks. Tune in then. We'll see you on the other side.
Bye.